to do the same. Please proceed.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill number 9123, strengthening the National Nutrition Council by Representative Escudero.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 9124, to mandate the DPWH to procure and utilize earth balling machines per region in the conduct of road widening and other developmental projects by Representatives Gomez and Plato.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 9125, prescribing the authority of the NHA to grant amnesty to its socialized housing beneficiaries with delinquent accounts by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 9126, prescribing the parameters of the right to vote of persons deprived of liberty by Representative Presnedi.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 9127, further promoting the general welfare and enhancing the statutory benefits and incentives of public health workers by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 9129, enhancing the resiliency and adaptability of farmers to adverse weather and climate events by Representative Yamsuan.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 9130, granting universal social pension to senior citizens by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 9131, increasing the discount rate and exempting from the value-added tax the monthly electric, water, landline, or cell phone connectivity and internet access consumption granted to senior citizens by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 9132, defining and prohibiting senior citizen abuse by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 9133, establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 9135, mandating government agencies to allocate at least 10% of their budget for furniture and fixtures for products using engineered bamboo and other bamboo-based commodities as part of the country's campaign towards the use and production of sustainable materials by Representatives Alba and Veloso Tuazon.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 9136, establishing a LTFRB office in Olongapo, Zambales by Representative Kong Hoon.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 9137, mandating the establishment of a rehabilitation center for illegal drugs users in Zambales by Representative Kong Hoon.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill number 9138, requiring the impounding of motor vehicles involved in a vehicular accident that resulted in the death or serious physical injury of a pedestrian, commuter, or bystander unless a cash ban is posted by Representative Kong Hoon.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 9139, granting hazard pay to regional trial court judges during their incumbency by Representative Kong Hoon.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 9140, penalizing acts of road rage by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 9141, criminalizing the creation and dissemination of fake news by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill number 9142, defining and penalizing fraudulent activities involving bank accounts, e-wallets, and other financial accounts by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 9143, rewarding and recognizing public school teachers in the Philippines by Representative Luistro.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 9144, integrating bamboo as a sustainable material for the built environment by Representative Alba.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 9145, providing for the new Omnibus Election Code of 2023 by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 9146, institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situation Program by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Social Services.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1280, commending the San Francisco Growth Enhancement Multipurpose Cooperative for its outstanding contributions to cooperative development and remarkable achievements in economic growth, sustainable development, and community and nation building by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Cooperatives Development.
House Resolution 1281, congratulating and commending the Jesus is Lord Church worldwide for 45 remarkable years of successful transformational ministry in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and in more than 70 nations around the world, by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1283, urging the Committee on Appropriations to restore the fiscal year 2024 proposed subsidy from the national government of 12.589 billion for the NEA reduced by the DBM to 1.827 billion pesos, by Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Resolution 1284, extending profound congratulations and highest commendations to the University of San Carlos Mooting Team for their outstanding performance in the 15th Nelson Mandela World Human Rights Moot Court Competition, by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 1286, commending and congratulating National Master Oscar Joseph O.J. Cantela for winning the gold medal in the Open 16 Under Division at the 12th Dato Tan Chin Nam Foundation Open Rapid Age Group Chess Championship in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia on August 27, 2023, by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1289, explaining the apparent inapplicability of Section 23C(4) of the revised Charter of the City of Baguio, citing Section 56 of the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Go Mar.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Resolution 1290, urging the House of Representatives to increase the fiscal year 2024 budget of the COMELEC in order to ensure adequate preparations for the 2025 national and local elections, by Representative Matugas.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Resolution 1291, congratulating and commending Moira and Naila Malimban for winning the gold medal at the 26th World Championships of Performing Arts, by Representative Luistro.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 1292, extending heartfelt and sincere congratulations to Archi Global Inc. for winning the 2023 Best Architecture Design Firm and Best Commercial Building Architecture Design Awards at the 2023 Asia Architecture Design Awards, by Representative Rama.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 1293, condemning the continued harassment of Filipino fishermen in the West Philippine Sea, recognizing the persistent challenges post the 2016 Arbitral Award of the Permanent Court of Arbitration, and urging the Philippine government to fortify its diplomatic actions and utilize all available means to protect and secure our sovereign waters, by Representative Rama.
To the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated September 12, 2023, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate designated Senators Villar, Cynthia, Marcos, Ligarda, De La Rosa, and Pimentel as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2243 and House Bill number 8278.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated September 12, 2023, informing the House that on even date, the Senate designated Senators Gatchalian, Cayetano, Pia, Padilla, Binay, and Ontiveros as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2200 and House Bill number 6574.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Letter dated August 8, 2023 of the COA OIC Audit Team Leader, Audit Team Number 4, National Government Sector, State Universities and Colleges Regional Office Number 5, transmitting to the House of Representatives copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on certain colleges.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 17, 2023 of the COA Chairperson, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on COA and the Supreme Court.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 22, 2023 of the Chairperson of the Governance Commission for GOCCs, submitting to the House a copy of their 2021 GCG Annual Report.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated August 22, 2023 of the Director, DOST Industrial Technology Development Institute, transmitting to the House a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation as of June 30, 2023 on audit observations and recommendations of the COA for the calendar years 2022 downwards.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 23, 2023 of the COA Chairperson, furnishing the House with copies of their consolidated annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on DepEd and TESDA.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Various letters and reports submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated September 4, 2023 of the Director, DOST Advanced Science and Technology Institute, submitting to the House copies of certain reports.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Annual audit reports on certain college and state universities for the year ending December 31, 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
BIR Annual Report Allocation for calendar year 2022.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Committee reports. Committee Report 757 submitted by the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation on House Bill 9134. Committee Report 758 submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution 1294. Committee Report 759 submitted by the Committee on Justice on House Bill number 9153. Committee Report number 760 and 761 submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises on House Bill numbers 9154 and 9155 respectively. Committee Report number 762, 763, 764, and 765 submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution numbers 1296, 1297, 1299, and 1300 respectively. Committee Report number 766 submitted by the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 8980 or the 2024 General Appropriations Bill.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8937 as contained in the committee report number 720 submitted by the Committee on Ways and Means. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to do so.
House Bill number 8937, an act enhancing the fiscal regime for the mining industry, amending for the purpose Section 34B, and creating new sections 151-A, 151-B, 151-C, and 151-D, all under Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have already terminated the period of amendments. And for this, Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve House Bill number 8937 as amended. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Those in favor of the House Bill 893, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8937 is hereby approved as amended on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, we now proceed under the calendar of business for the day. I move that we consider House Bill number 9021 as contained in the committee report number 736 submitted by the Committee on Information and Communication Technology. Copies of these have been distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to do so. Please proceed.
House Bill number 8969, an act creating a sustainable fiscal framework for the pension system of the military and uniformed personnel, providing mechanisms for the disposition of government assets for the purpose and appropriating funds therefore.
Those in favor of the measure say aye. Majority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of the sponsorship and debate.
Okay. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the explanatory note of House Bill number 4659 on refund for Internet and Telecommunications Services, Outages and Disruptions Act be adopted as the sponsorship remarks of the Honorable Chairperson Tobias Toby Tiangco. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Likewise, Mr. Speaker, as one of the principal authors of House Bill 9021, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, at sa ating Majority Leader. Magandang hapon, Ginoong Speaker at kamambabatas. Isa sa pinakamabagal at pinaka-unreliable na internet sa buong Asia at ang pinakamahal ay ang ating bansa. Noong kasagsagan ng pandemya at unang pinatupad ang blended learning, na biktima nito ang buong public and private education sector. Umalingaw-ngaw ang mga reklamong, "Ma'am, buffering po. Sir, choppy kayo." Kakarampot na nga ang bilang ng mga estudyanteng may cellphone o computer na ginamit sa online classes, may mga ganito pang lalong nagtanggal sa access nila sa education. At ang teacher, naubos na ang load at oras. Di pa tapos ang mga teaching at iba pang mga task dahil makailang ulit na naglalag. Ang masaklap pa, sila kasama ang lahat ng Pilipinong gumagamit ng internet at call and text services ay nagbabayad para sa serbisyong hindi nila nagagamit at na-enjoy. Mahal na nga ang subscription and base rates na isa sa pinakamataas sa buong rehiyon, pinagbabayad pa sila para sa signal na nawala, sa videong di gumagalaw at sa audyong di naririnig. Nagsimula ito sa hands-off policy ng National Telecommunications Commission o NTC. Bunga ng deregulation at privatisasyon na minandato ng Republic Act 7925. Walang pangil at di kumikilos ang NTC upang solusyonan ang mga reklamo ng end users ng telecom giants. Sa ilalim ng deregulated and privatized regime, hanggang lip service lamang ang mga garantiya sa Section 20 ng RA 7925 na nagsasabing may karapatan ang mga end users sa maasahang utility service at karapatan sa wastong billing. Bunga ng mga karaingang ito ng mamamayan, hinain ng representasyong ito ang House Bill 6290 o ang Refund for Internet and Telecommunication Service, Outages and Disruption Act. Konsolidado ito sa House Bill 9021 kasama ang House Bill 4659, 4942, 6290, 8238, 8480, at 8651 na pinanukala ng marami sa ating mga kasamahan at inaprubahan ng Komite ng Information and Communications Technology. Ilan sa probisyon ng House Bill 9021 ay ang mandatong magbigay ang Public Telecommunication Entities o yung PTEs at Internet Service Providers or ISPs ng refund credit sa end users sa prorated basis o di kaya i-adjust ang bill ng consumer sa nakararanas ng internet service outage o service disruption na tumagal ng aggregate period na hindi bababa sa 24 hours sa loob ng isang buwan. Maliban lang sa ilang sitwasyon at kondisyones na istriktong susundin ng mga PTE at ISP. Bibigyan din ng kapangyarihan ang NTC na suspindihin o tanggalin ang license, registration o franchise ng repeated violators na PTEs at ISPs. Hinihiling namin ang agarang pagpasa nito sa ikalawa at ikatlong pagbasa upang wala nang muling magbayad para sa mga intermittent, non-existent signal, frozen video at garbled audio. Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker at kamambabatas. At tinihiling natin na sana po ay maaprubahan na ito. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9021.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Those in favor of House Bill 9021, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9021 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, we would like to recognize the guests of the Honorable Rodolfo Umpong Ordanes. They are the Nueva Ecija Federation of Senior Citizens, Nueva Ecija Provincial League of Osca, and Antipolo City Senior Citizens.
The guests of Honorable Ordanes are warmly welcome to the House of Representatives. Welcome to your house. Mabuhay kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we also recognize the guests of the Honorable Christian Unabia, the gentleman from the 1st District of Misamis Oriental, from the Miss Grand Philippines Organization, Miss Nikki Advincula de Mora, Miss Grand Philippines 2023, Miss Krishna Balsarza, Operations Head Team Leader of the Miss Grand Philippines Organization, Mr. Aldrich Dabao, General Manager of the Miss Grand Philippines Organization, and Mr. Harley Tan, the Project Manager of the Miss Philippines Organization.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. Guest of Honorable Unabia.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Namiss ko yun. Sarap ng inuman natin. Tuloy ba yung ano? Nag-imbita ka ba? Nabotohan ko yun dati. Bago yun? Apat lang yun, di ba? 15 years.
Pero ang tingnan mo kung wala. Doon ka namin. Sabi naman,
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now recognize the honorable gentleman from the Senior Citizens Party List, the Honorable Representative Rodolfo Ompong M. Ordanes, to avail of the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Representative Ordanes is recognized for the privilege hour. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to our House Speaker, Honorable Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, to our Majority Leader, Manuel Manix Delipe, to our Minority Leader, Marcelino Libanan, to my colleagues in this August chamber, and to our more than 12 million senior citizens. Distinguished colleagues, before I deliver my privileged speech, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our senior citizens in this plenary hall and in the gallery, na bumiyay pa po mula sa aming probinsya ng Nueva Ecija at sa aking po mga mahal na senior citizens na taga Antipolo City. Maraming salamat po sa pagbisita po sa amin dito sa Kongreso. October 1 to 7 marks the celebration of the Filipino Elderly Week as promulgated by Proclamation number 470 issued by then President Fidel Ramos on September 26, 1994. Sa pagkakataong ito, ay maaga ko pong binabati ang aking mga kapwa at minamahal na mga senior citizens sa mahalagang selebrasyong ito upang ipagdiwang at magpugay sa inyong mga kontribusyon sa kasaysayan at pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Hindi matatawaran ang inyong mga nagawang kabutihan, karanasan at karunungan na ibinabahagi sa ating mga kababayan. Tayo ang mga haligi ng ating lipunan, mga yaman ng ating kultura at mga inspirasyon sa aming lahat. Sa inyong mga kwento at aral, nararamdaman natin ang pagpupunyagi, determinasyon at pagmamahal sa bayan. Sa mga panahon ng pagsubok at kahirapan na naging sandigan namin kayo, ang inyong dedikasyon sa pamilya, komunidad at sa paglilingkod sa bayan ay nagbibigay inspirasyon sa amin na maging mas mabuting mamamayan. Sa bawat yugto ng inyong buhay, kayo ay huwaran ng pagiging matatag, mapagkalinga at bukas palad. Kaya naman sa pagdiriwang na ito, nais nating itampok ang inyong mga kontribusyon at maipakita ang aming pagmamahal at pagpapahalaga sa inyo. Ang ating senior citizens ay kabilang sa mga marginalized na sektor ng ating lipunan. Ang kanilang pangangailangan ay nagtutulak sa atin na magtulungan upang matyak na habang tinatahak natin ang daan tungo sa pantay na pag-unlad, walang senior citizen na maiiwan. Noong 18th Congress, tayo po sa Kongreso ay nagtagumpay na maisa batas ang Republic Act 11916 kung saan ating naamyendahan ang Republic Act 7432 upang mapataas ang social pension ng ating mga indigent senior citizens. Sa pamamagitan ng batas na ito, naisulong natin ang pagtaas ng social pension na kanilang natatanggap mula sa 500 piso bawat buwan na ngayon ay 1,000 piso na. Ito rin ay isang malaking tagumpay na nagpapakita ng pag-aalala at pagkakaisa ng Senior Citizens Party List at iba pang mga mambabatas para sa kapakanan ng mga senior citizens. Ito ay patunay na sa pamamagitan ng pagsusumikap, may kakayahan tayong makamtan ang positibong pagbabago sa lipunan. Sa pamamagitan ng mga inisyatiba natin sa paggawa ng batas tulad nito, patuloy kaming maglilingkod at magbibigay dedikasyon sa mga senior citizens upang siguraduhin may dignidad, kalidad, at kalusugan ang kanilang buhay at sila'y maging aktibong bahagi ng lipunan. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, during this elderly Filipino celebration, I would like to highlight in behalf of our senior citizen sector in the country our warmest gratitude to His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. for leading our government in the implementation of programs and policies that truly benefit the vulnerable and marginalized sectors in our society, especially the senior citizens. To my colleagues here in the House of Representatives, led by House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, and our fellow legislators in the Senate, for continuously pushing for the passage of legislative measures for the general welfare of our senior citizens. To the various government agencies that are instrumental in the delivery of the programs and projects to ease the daily financial burden of our senior citizens and their families, such as, but not limited to, the provision of social pension, medical and healthcare services, financial assistance, livelihood programs, and capacity building trainings, among others. To our local government units and local councils, who are partners of our national government in making sure that our government's budget allocations for our senior citizens are rightfully spent to improve their well-being. And finally, to our senior citizen organizations and associations, and to our more than 12 million senior citizens all over the country, maraming salamat po sa inyong walang humpay na tiwala at suporta. Ang inyong lingkod din po ay nagpapasalamat sa ating liderato at mga kasamahan sa Kongreso. At malugod ko pong binabalita na ang dating Special Committee on Senior Citizens ay ganap ng isang regular at standing committee ng House of Representatives. Ito po ay patunay na kinikilala ng ating gobyerno ang mga karapatan at kapakanan ng bawat senior citizen sa ating bansa. Dahil sa ganitong paraan ay mas matututukan ng ating Kongreso ang pagtalakay at pagpapasa ng mga panukalang batas para sa kapakanan ng ating mga senior citizen. Sa ating pakikipagtulungan sa ating mahal na Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr., sa ating administrasyon at sa ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso, naway maging pagkakataon ang pagdiriwang natin upang kilalanin ang mga kontribusyon ng ating mga senior citizens sa pagunlad ng ating lipunan bilang mga pinuno at mamamayang huwaran ng kahusayan, integridad at pananagutan. Sa pagtatapos po, Mr. Speaker, allow me to urge our colleagues to continuously support legislative measures, policies, and programs that are responsive to the needs and promote the welfare of the elderly in our country. Let us work together with all the stakeholders to ensure each and every senior citizen becomes an active and effective force development and nation building. Muli, maraming salamat po. Maligayang pagdiriwang ng Elderly Filipino Week. Mabuhay po ang ating mga senior citizens. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Honorable Ordanes, for the privileged speech. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Representative Rodolfo Ompong M. Ordanes to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8969 under Committee Report number 728, submitted by the Ad Hoc Committee on Military and Uniformed Personnel Pension System. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure. Please proceed.
House Bill number 8969, an act creating a sustainable fiscal framework for the pension system of the military and uniformed personnel, providing mechanisms for the disposition of government assets for the purpose and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize Chairman Joey Salceda to sponsor the said matter.
Chairman Salceda is recognized to sponsor the measure. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Kabataan Party List, Representative Raul Manuel, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Manuel is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the measure. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to some questions?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nais ko lang pong i-confirm kung yung nabanggit nung nagdaang mga interpellation na yung trust funds ay self-sustaining by 2058, taong 2058. Yan ba ay based sa current na version ng bill wherein mag-aambag ang mga active na military and uniformed personnel?
Pwedeng pakiulit?
Kasi Mr. Speaker, nung mga interpellations last time, I heard na self-sustaining ang trust funds by 2058. So I'd like to confirm kung yan ba ay based sa current version ng bill na mag-aambag pa rin po yung mga active na MUP.
Actually, Your Honor, may mga pagbabago po na iahain at appropriate time kung saan yung mga new entrants lang po ang magbabayad. Which means that the pension system will be sustainable from the start.
Mr. Speaker, when we say na sustainable or self-sustaining siya from the start, kasi ang pagkakaunawa ko po kapag ganon, ay kaya nang tumindig on its own nung fund without contributions from funds galing sa national government.
Tama po
am
yun.
I correct?
Tama po yun, para sa mga active personnel. Ay para sa mga new entrants.
Okay. Kasi Mr. Speaker, ang topic po natin ay reform sa pension system ng lahat ng military and uniformed personnel. Ibig sabihin po, ang kinoconsider po kasi natin ay pension hindi lang para sa mga new entrants, pero pati din dun sa mga active na military and uniformed personnel. Kaya Mr. Speaker, if ever na hindi pa rin mag-aambag yung mga active MUPs and still yung pamahalaan, which means yung taxes natin, yung magiging source ng pensions ng mga active, edi Mr. Speaker, magkano yung gagastusin natin para sa kanilang pension?
Ang gagastusin natin, kasi hindi natin gagalawin yung mga sa new entrants. Halimbawa, next year, mga January 1, yung mga new entrants magbabayad na sila ng 5, yung kanila pong 9%, at saka yung government maglalagay din po ng 12%. So, for next year, at least mga 132 billion po ang babayaran ng gobyerno dahil hindi naman ho natin gagalawin yung kontribusyon.
Sige. Mr. Speaker, edi, pwede pag-usapan muna natin yung sa new entrants. Kailan po natin maaasahan yung trust fund na kaya niya nang maging self-sustaining para sa pension ng mga new entrants muna?
Based po sa ating pong pag-aaral, yung 21%, kasi nga po, unang-una, hindi na rin ho magbabayad na sila ng kontribusyon. Pangalawa, mawawala na po yung yung indexation. So, by the time na sila po ay mag-re-retiro, yung kanilang pong pension ay sapat sa unang magre-retirong new entrants na papasok next year.
So, anong taon po kaya yan, Mr. Speaker, na fully funded na ng trust fund yung pension, eventually, no, ng mga batch ng mga new entrants?
Tama po yun.
So, which year po kaya yun, Mr. Speaker, in the future?
So, sa ngayon po, basically by their age 57, assuming that they enter at about age 20, average age of 22, so mga 35 years po.
So, ibig sabihin po, Mr. Speaker, sa 35 years, ibig sabihin from today or from this year, 35 years hence, edi lalago, di ba, yung trust fund? At
Tama.
ang pagsisilbihan niya ay pension ng mga new entrants.
Tama po.
Pero within that 35 years, Mr. Speaker, kung pag-usapan naman natin yung sa active na mga MUPs, yun, gusto ko po sana makuha yung figure, magkano yung gagastusin ng gobyerno para sa mga active MUPs within that time frame.
Kung babasehan lang po sa by year 2033, 187 billion po ang pensyon na kailangan bayaran po. Sorry, with 3% in active service increase. So, from 1.3 to umaabot po ng 213 billion in the next 10 years. Pwede ho natin i-extrapolate. I can give you the figure if you just add 35 years.
Bale, Mr. Speaker, from 2023 hanggang 2033, magkano po iyon?
213 billion. 213 billion po. Base po dito sa panukala.
213 billion.
Opo.
So, kaya po ba nating makompute, Mr. Speaker? Ito po ay 10 years. So, kung i-compute po natin ay pang 35 years.
Bibigay ko po, ma'am, later on. Kasi po, ito pong kabuuan po, ang logical framework po, parang ini-slow down lang po natin. Kaya ito po nakabase sa 3% per year increase sa salary and therefore 3% increase in pension dahil po minimaintain natin yung indexation para po sa mga retirado na yung mga active personnel sa ngayon. But I can give you the numbers, Your Honor.
Ibig sabihin po niyan, Mr. Speaker, assuming na constant, halimbawa, yung sahod, at kung gagamitin lang po natin ay basic na ratio and proportion, para lang po makapag-estimate po tayo. Kasi kung 213 billion po yung para sa 10 years, then for a 35-year time span, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, ang gagastusin ay nasa 745.5 billion. Is that a realistic estimate, Mr. Speaker?
10 years. Can I ask just for 2 minutes just to calculate?
Session suspended for 2 minutes.
It is 934 billion, Your Honor.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, mas malaki pa pala, ano, and almost 1 trillion. Yun po yung isang concern natin, Mr. Speaker, kasi ibig sabihin pala, kung hindi natin ipag-contribute ang mga active military and uniform personnel for 35 years ay meron tayong ganong gagastusin at still, no, pera ng bayan po yun. And I think that defeats the intention na ang gusto nga natin ay ma-rationalize ang pension system at ma-involve po lahat as a way to somehow ensure, no, na nagiging contributors din yung ating mga uniform personnel, active man o hindi, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I'd like to ask also, Mr. Speaker, sa trust fund na gagawin natin through this bill, dahil ang mag-aambag po doon ay mga new entrants, eventually po ba may portion din nun na gagamitin para sa pension ng mga active na MUPs?
Hindi.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, exclusive po talaga siya.
Sa new entrants.
Okay. Kaya with that, Mr. Speaker, yun lang yung standing na reservation natin with how the bill might eventually be passed. Yung sa mga active na personnel talaga, hindi magagalaw, still, galing sa national budget, yung pension nila. Now, Mr. Speaker, another question. Kung magiging self-sustaining po yung fund para sa mga new entrants, I'd like to ask, bakit po merong funding pa rin na manggagaling sa unprogrammed appropriations tsaka savings para doon sa trust fund?
Can I ask for the question? First, let me answer your original. 934 nga po, kung based po dito sa bill. Kung wala ko itong bill, ang babayaran natin by 2058 is 3.5 trillion. Because we did not slow down the growth in the base, as well as, of course, the compounding effect of the salary increase, which has averaged 6.8%. Now, I can go now to your next question. Your next question is?
Sige. Before I proceed dun sa next question ko, Mr. Speaker, dahil po may response, babalikan ko na lang din po. Yung 3+ trillion...
3.5.
Yes. Yan po ay under the current pension system.
Yes.
Okay. Which means, ang assumption po nun ay yung mga active, pati ang mga new entrants, lahat po ng pension nila ay national government yung mag-shoulder. Tama po ba?
Hindi po. It already assumes the bill. The bill, yung 3.5 trillion, kung wala yung bill, for the active, excluding new entrants, it will be 934. But with this, kung wala po itong bill, magiging 3.5 trillion. So, laging labas po yung new entrants sa computation.
Okay. Sige. Now, Mr. Speaker, yeah, we can proceed dun sa next na question ko po na if we want the trust fund to be self-sustaining, then bakit po may provisions na pwede po itong pondohan gamit ang unprogrammed appropriations tsaka savings?
Sa capitalization lang po yun, Your Honor. Kung sakali po, alam naman po natin. Pero yung unang kapitalisasyon po ay ang magiging pondo na papasok lang po talaga doon ay kung ano man i-contribute ng AFP, pero doon the part po sa other uniform personnel, ang papasok po doon ay yung mga contribution lang po. So lahat naman po ito ay corporate entity at ang corporate entity ay lagi may initial capitalization. Pero I can do without the unprogrammed, Your Honor. It can be deleted. We don't need that actually. It is superfluous.
Mr. Speaker, with how the provision is phrased, kasi nabanggit naman po dito funding sources, so meron pong capitalization, mandatory contributions, tsaka additional sources of funding. Sa ilalim po ng additional sources of funding, doon nakalagay yung tungkol sa unprogrammed appropriations, tsaka savings. So, ang dating po nito, Mr. Speaker, ay pwede na anytime, di habang nandyan na yung trust fund, pwedeng 5 years, 10 years later on, pwede siyang isupplement, pwede siyang dagdagan ng kung magkano man yung mailalagay or ano yung amount na nasa unprogrammed appropriations, tsaka kung ano din yung savings na pwedeng ma-pool para maidagdag dun sa trust fund.
Well, I mean, that is understandable that usually when you create new corporate entities for the government, you want all the flexibilities. But as to the logical integrity of the trust fund, we don't need those provisions actually. It's only for the usual flexibilities that you would like to have whenever you initiate a new government corporation or new government corporate entity.
Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, ang next topic ko po ay tungkol dun sa provision ng salary increase sa mga MUPs. Ang provision po kasi, Mr. Speaker, ang magiging effect niya ay guaranteed siya na annual salary increase. 10 years annually magtataas para sa mga MUPs and 3% po siya. No? Kung i-compound po natin, Mr. Speaker, magiging 30.5% yung pagtaas after 1 decade ng sahod ng ating mga MUPs. Hindi po ba kapag tataasan natin yung sahod nila at dahil somehow nakabatay din doon yung magiging pension, hindi ba magiging upward push din ito doon sa gagastusin for pension ng ating mga MUPs?
Ang basis po kasi niyan is dati po, ang average po since 1989 is 12% per annum. Base po dun sa computation, yung naririnig mo, that would have come out with 14 trillion in actuarial reserve deficiency. Ngayon po, dahil yung average po na simula po year 2000 hanggang from year 2000 up to 2020, kung saan po nagsimula tayo ng MUP reform, ay umaabot po ng about 8.7% o kinupute po na halos aabot po ng 9.7 trillion. Ngayon po, simula po ng 2020, wala po tayong increase at wala hong sudden increase na tulad po ng nangyayari pag may bagong presidente, katulad ni President Duterte, tinaas po niya ng 89%. Ngayon po, 1 year na po si Presidente Marcos, pero wala akong 89% increase o pagdodoble ng ano. So sa ngayon po, naibaba po natin ng 5.5 trillion yung actuarial reserve deficiency. So between 12%, 9.8, almost 10%, at sa 6.8% na magkakaroon ng 5.5 trillion, ibinababa po natin sa under 3% scenario to 3.4 trillion ang actuarial reserve deficiency. Yan po ang bottom line ng bill na ito.
Mr. Speaker, yung nabanggit na 12% na dating pagtaas ng salaries ng ating MUPs, ano po ang time span nito? Kasi I'm not sure if this
From
is
1989 to 2020. To 2020. Kasi nagsimula po yung ad hoc committee on MUP no May 2021. So, inabutan lang po tayo ng pagbabago ng Kongreso. So yung basehan po nun ay simula EDSA Revolution basically hanggang sa pinaka-latest. So dahil nga po may marami naman pong kumbaga you can use different timelines, but the timeline from 89 to year 2000 is 12%, and the timeline between year 2000 up to 2020 is about around 10%. And the timeline between then and because up to 2023, since we already here, is about 6.8%. And then now, this bill is 3%. So there are 4 timelines basically. Yung naririnig nyo po na ginamit ni Secretary Jokno is the one that essentially assumes about slightly below 10% increase. And that increase is basically from year 2000 to 2020, Your Honor. So that you get 9.7 trillion in actuarial reserve deficiency.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, again, yung 12% 1989 up to
2020.
year 2020.
Kasi nung umupo kami sa ad hoc committee on MUP, di naman namin pwedeng gamitin yung 2021. So kinuha namin yung entire, kumbaga, it was a disruptive phase in our history. So we used 1989 up to year 2020.
Yeah. Kasi, Mr. Speaker, assuming na yun po yung nangyari na from 1989 up to 2020
Correct.
ay 12% yung naging increase ng sahod. Yan po ay 31-year time span, Mr. Speaker.
Correct po.
Pero kung i-compare natin sa provision sa ating bill, Mr. Speaker, sa loob ng 10 years, ang magiging increase sa sahod nila ay 30.5%. Considering yung compounded na effect ng annual na pagtaas, kahit 3% lang siya. So, hindi ba yun parang accelerated pa na pagtaas sa
Hindi po.
sahod, Mr. Speaker?
Between 12% per annum to 3% per annum for 10 years.
Per annum. So, hindi siya for the whole... Okay. So, yeah, that is duly noted, Mr. Speaker. Pero, now, with how the provision is stated, kasi Mr. Speaker, ang nabanggit po ay guaranteed siya na 3% salary increase.
Opo.
Ibig sabihin po, that can be interpreted as a minimum sa pagtaas ng sahod kasi yan po yung gusto nating tiyakin, guarantee siya. Ibig sabihin po, pwedeng mas mataas, no? Pwedeng beyond 3% yung magiging salary increase.
Pero there's a fiscal condition that it can also go down if there's a fiscal conditions are adverse.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, nice ko na lang ding itanong na kung merong 3% salary increase for a 10-year period, magkano po ang magiging kabuang gastos para lang doon sa salary increase ng mga MUPs natin?
Asan na ba yung maliit na papel? Pension yun salary. Third column from the left. 3% per annum, Your Honor, is 391 billion.
How much is it, Mr. Speaker?
It would be, I don't know, would you like the incremental or do you want the stock at the end of the period?
Yeah, kahit yung kabuuan na po, Mr.
In other words, yung additional requirements over 10 years, 515 billion. That's the additional requirement from the 3%. Without the 3%, it's only 290. In short, Your Honor, the difference between 515 and 290 is the impact of the 3%.
Okay.
So that's about 200.
Duly noted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, balikan ko lang po pala yung kanina kasi ang na-mention from 1989 up to the year 2020 ay merong 12% na annual increase sa sahod.
Yes.
Kasi Mr. Speaker, kung i-compute po natin for a period of 31 years, kung merong 12% na pagtaas, ang effect po nun mula 1989 hanggang 2020 ay magiging 30 times yung sahod. Kung i-compare po yung 1989 rate sa 2020 rate. So, maybe we can counter-check po yung data kasi po, yun yung magiging effect kung 12% annual siyang tumataas.
Tama ka po, 30 times.
So, ibig sabihin po,
Tama ka po.
30 times talaga? I mean, ganun po yung pag-skyrocket ng sahod ng ating MUPs.
So yung 1,000 noong 1987, December 1, 87, RA 6638 is now 34,000, 29,668.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we thank the
For the same position and the same.
Okay. We thank the sponsor for confirming that, Mr. Speaker. Now, aside from my reservations doon sa guaranteed na salary increase, when it comes to the technicalities, Mr. Speaker, although na-mention din ito before, pero gusto ko lang ding i-reiterate na yung bill po kasi natin, Mr. Speaker, it's about the pension system. And it's not about salaries. Kaya po, pwedeng maging technical question ay meron pong provision dito pertaining to salaries. Kasi when we have past experiences as our basis, halimbawa Mr. Speaker, noong 1979, kung kailan unang na-implement under the former dictator Marcos Sr., yung indexation ng pension sa sahod, ay wala naman po doong any provision for guaranteed na annual salary increase. No? Pwede lang sabihin na okay, indexed siya sa sahod, pero hindi niya sinasabi na magmamandate ng pagtaas ng sahod.
Your Honor, we have a law called JR1, Joint Resolution of both Congress, which had both a suspension of indexation and a salary increase. So it was never questioned in the Supreme Court.
Mr. Speaker, kasi pwede din naman na kung merong mga proposals talaga para taasan yung sahod, then nasa hiwalay na bill na lang din talaga siya at hindi nakasama sa bill natin na ang topic at yung title niya mismo ay tungkol sa pension.
Pwede naman po yun paghiwalayin. Ang problema lang po natin yung posibilidad po na hindi natin ma-achieve yung logical integrity na gusto natin na wala hong biglang puputok aangat ng 6.8, ng 9.7 o ng 12%. Since sa ngayon po, nasa loob po tayo ng isang framework kung saan po naka-index ang pension dun po sa salary. So the only way to control pension is to control the salary. So in short, Your Honor, that is the logical framework. We don't want to open up the floodgates of possible deviation because the 3% is actually a social compact of the state representing the people with its military, who is the protector of the people, that instead of 12% per annum, they are now agreeing to a 3% guaranteed salary increase, which also means 3% increase in their pension, Your Honor. So yun lang naman po. We are all free to go to the Supreme Court and question, but Your Honor, there's already an incumbent legislation called JR-1, Joint Resolution-1, which suspended indexation, at the same time gave salary increase?
Mr. Speaker, some final questions. Ito po ay data na nirequest din ng ating kapwa mambabatas. Yung bilang po ng mga senior and ranking officers ng AFP and PNP at ang average share po ng kanilang pension doon sa total na funding for pension na magkahalo po yung senior at yung mga lower level officers. Meron na po ba tayong ganong data, Mr. Speaker?
Ngayon na. Pero yung AFP. Your Honor, if you just give us, we're calling it from our records, but we definitely will submit that within this period, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, finally, tungkol po sa...
Do you want it written or do you just want it verbally spoken, Your Honor? I think you would appreciate if it's written and printed so that I think at the appropriate time.
Mr. Speaker, while we would appreciate written or printed copies of the data requested, I think it would also help in our deliberations kung mabanggit po yung ganong mga information. Since, yun nga po, yung mga senior and higher ranking officers talaga, malaki yung nakuha nilang pension kumpara dun sa mga hindi pa napopromote hanggang sa pinakamataas na mga rangko.
Your Honor, I can have this presented more with due respect to your background, but I can give this to you in plain and raw data, but we can also analyze this by having general versus the rest, Your Honor. But we have the data for both AFP and PNP basically. And generally, for example, for PNP, the top rank accounts for only 3% of the total MUP budget of the 132 we are approving for 2024.
Magkano po, Mr. Speaker?
3%.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, we request na may forward sa ating opisina yung datos. And on a final topic, Mr. Speaker, this is about the retirement and separation benefit system o yung RSBS na as reported, meron pa pong natitirang assets na 44 billion pesos ang halaga. May we know, Mr. Speaker, saan ngayon nakalagak yung assets na ito at sino yung nagmamanage?
There is, Your Honor, is under the management of an RSBS Board of Liquidators or BOL.
And Mr. Speaker, yung assets nun ay saan ngayon, I mean, where is it stored or saan yung mga assets na iyon?
Your Honor, money market placements is 1.382 billion. The total real estate management portfolio is 5.5 trillion. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The total management portfolio funds is 3.6. Real estate is 6.3. So basically, Your Honor, I also have the investment portfolio of the RSBS. Pero bakit 12 trillion? So this represents the book value, but the market value, can you do, the book value is 12.8 trillion, but the the estimate of the RSBS Board of Liquidator, that if this were sold today, it will fetch 44 billion.
Mr. Speaker, may we also request a
Yes.
copy of this information? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I end my interpellation, and Mr. Speaker, I still have reservations, especially dun sa pag-exempt ng mga active na MUPs, lalo na't yun, ang laki talaga pa rin ng ating gagastusin sa darating na mga dekada bago maging self-sustaining yung bubuing trust fund, na ang mas maapektuhan na ay yung mga new entrants. So, yun na lang muna, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the sponsor for answering our questions.
Salamat. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Albay, the Honorable Edsel Lagman, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Lagman is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the measure. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, does the sponsor recall that after he was elected chair of the ad hoc committee on the military and uniformed personnel NUP pension reform by the House plenary, he made a statement which was published on August 4, 2023, which reads, quote, from the press report, as contribution scheme where active NUP will contribute a portion of base pay, but where the government will pay a larger counterpart. Salsada says they are looking for patterning it after the deduction to civil servant relatives servant salaries at 9% of the employee and 12% government share. Is the sponsor maintaining this position?
No more.
No more. In his explanatory note to House Bill 667 relative to the NUP Reform Pension Act, he said, to keep the pension system alive for current and future pensioners, we must address the system's most significant weaknesses. First, the pension of the NUP is indexed to the salary of active personnel. Second, unlike other government employees, the MUP are entitled to a retirement pension starting at 20 years of service before reaching retirement age. Finally, and I would like to underscore this, unlike the pension of government employees under the Government Service Insurance System, GSIS, the MUP pension is non-contributory, unquote. Is the distinguished gentleman abandoning this position?
Adjusting, Your Honor.
How is it adjusted?
Well, essentially, Your Honor, we are only requiring new entrants to contribute. And the main reason, Your Honor, is that if we ask the active personnel to contribute, if we start at 5%, the 16% that will be paid by the national government, which will be, in short, we will have to take it out of the current operating budget for 2024, assuming this is approved with effect on January 1. This will require at least 70 billion, Your Honor, and our budget ceiling is already constitutionally determined, Your Honor. So in short, Your Honor, I think the contribution is it will essentially be a left pocket to right pocket because the national government will spend 70 billion, inject it into the fund, whereas the active personnel will also start with 5%, 7, then 9%. So, Your Honor, it became clear to us that since this is a left pocket to right pocket operation, that will jeopardize the current operating expenditure of the national government in the next, at least in the medium term, then I think starting fresh with new entrants was the way to go. But the new entrants will no longer be indexed, Your Honor. So we are also, in a way, we are adjusting instead of initially pegging the indexation at 50%. We are now, for the active, we're maintaining 100% for active, but for new entrants, there will be no more indexation. So in short, in terms of the contribution and in terms of the indexation, Your Honor, we have adjusted.
To make a long answer short, Mr. Speaker, the categorical and final decision of the sponsor with respect to not requiring MUP to contribute to their pension plan relative to those in active service will have to be legislated. Consequently, the active personnel in the military and uniformed personnel will not anymore contribute to the fund.
Correct.
And it will be subsidized on their behalf by the government.
Correct.
And that would be aligned to the request of the Defense Secretary.
Correct.
The Defense Secretary argued that since military and uniformed personnel die in line of duty, they must be exempted from contributing to their pension plan, which must be fully subsidized by the state or the government. Does the distinguished sponsor now agree with this proposition?
Correct, Your Honor. I brought here all the volumes of the CONCOM and see whether there is logic before we decide, Your Honor, to accept. As you could see, for example, and let me just go straight, there are actually 7 points that were discussed during the Constitutional Commission. Let me just quote Blas Ople. I think there are both ethical and political justification for the state to go out of its way to recognize the special contribution of, first, the valorous death of a people, those who died in defense of their country and their widows and orphans, and second, those who fought in those times the supreme test for the country and had the good luck to survive in whole and in part. Adding that he found it a little bit odd that they should be paired off with government retirees. Secretary Ople added that retiring from the government or the private sector is something to which many people look forward as a reward, not from the state, but from their own lifeline labors. The time having come to put down the burden and perhaps enjoy the accumulated few savings of a lifetime, if that is possible. Secretary Ople said that he would introduce an amendment that would separate the military retirees from the government retirees, and his proposal eventually was adopted under the formulation in the 1987 Constitution, which essentially defines government retirees as well as, of course, military retirees and veterans. Your Honor, in short, there is ample constitutional basis for the state, rather than savings, to fund the pensions of our military and uniformed personnel. It has 3 major constitutional provisions: Article 2, Section 4, Article 16, Section 5-3, Article 16, Section 7, Your Honor.
May I request, Mr. Speaker, that the distinguished sponsor shortens his answer because it's eating on my time.
I just wanted it to be complete and comprehensive, Your Honor, because I brought the entire CONCOM proceedings, Your Honor, to prove that the state should pay for the pensions of the military.
The CONCON proceedings would not be controlling or mandatory. It should be the provisions of the Constitution which should be the one we should enforce and implement. Now, Mr. Speaker, some economists, including those in the staff of the President, says that as proposed, this MUP pension reform will not be sustainable. Can we get the answer or response of the speaker, of the sponsor?
On a contrafactual basis, Your Honor, it is more sustainable because if we don't pass this reform, Your Honor, then the possibility of the average 12% increase in the salaries from 1989 to 2020 may suddenly pop up, especially, Your Honor, that there is, in the presidential cycle, every new president tends to increase the salaries of the military. For example, Ramos, Duterte, and that resulted in the 30-fold increase in the basic salary of the military. So by capping it to 3%, we avoid the 12%. And second, Your Honor, it is sustainable to the extent that the new entrants now must accept the sacrifice of contributing and therefore makes the military pension fully funded and for their lifetime. At the same time, Your Honor, that we are already disengaging for the new entrants the indexation of pension to the salaries of a comparable rank, Your Honor. So in short, Your Honor, it is much, much better than status quo, Your Honor. Doing nothing is definitely unsustainable.
Mr. Speaker, on the average yearly, how many military and uniformed personnel are employed?
Meron ako yun sa isa ko pa. Most of them, Your Honor, is between, most of them are 1,000, except for the PNP, which is still budgeted at 10,000 per year.
No. We are talking about warm bodies.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many are employed in the military establishment? How many are employed in the PNP? How many are employed in the Coast Guard, in the penitentiary, as well as in other uniform offices? Number of employees employed, that is the question.
Your Honor, just to make our legislative records complete, the recruitment for this year for Philippine Army is 5,500, Philippine Air Force 3,015, Philippine Navy 1,235. That gives in 13,000, Your Honor. And for PNP, basically that's about 6,000, but for the other services like PCG, BGMP, and BFP, that's about 1,000. Now, with respect, Your Honor, to the manpower, AFP is 145,362, PNP 216,979, BFP is 34,107, BGMP is 13,170, PCG is 21,616, The remainder of the NAMRIA, which was covered by their transfers, yung iba kasi nawala na rin, is 66. Bucor is 6,957. So the total MUP, excluding their civilian component, is 437,457 for these 7 MUP agencies, Your Honor.
Thank you for that answer. Mr. Speaker, may we know from the sponsor whether he has data on how many military and uniform personnel out of that 400,000 plus die annually in the line of duty?
In 2019, it is 301, posthumously separated. Ito yun, di ba? This is for the PNP. 2020 is 302. And 2021, 391. For 2022 is 304. For 2023, as of today, as of the September 12, is 198.
And to what sector of the NUP is that related?
This is for the PNP, Your Honor.
PNP. Okay. So it's an average of 300.
300, correct, Your Honor. For the AFP, I ask for 1 minute suspension. I cannot find my AFP.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
For BJMP, for BFP, Your Honor, for 2019, 31 died, 2020, 47, 2021, 47, and 2022, 20. For BJMP,
Or an average of what?
that's an average of about 35, Your Honor. That basically due to fire. And for BJMP, it is 2019, 21, 2020, 29, 2021, something wrong, but it's 55, and for 2022, it's 19. And
Or
for
the average of how many?
basically, Your Honor, that's about 25 if you exclude the 55, which is, I think, an outlier, Your Honor. For AFP, Your Honor, the average is 42 per year.
42 per year.
Yes. Posthumous retirement,
Okay.
basically.
Okay. And for the Coast Guard?
It's 17, Your Honor, die on the line of duty.
With those average deaths in the MUP, Mr. Speaker, we will notice that it is rather minuscule compared to the 400,000, 400 plus personnel in the MUP. Would the distinguished gentleman agree?
Yes, Your Honor, based on the current. I'm sorry, sir. For AAP, it's 127 per year, not
Okay.
42. We average it. Yes, I will agree that it's minuscule compared to 400 437, asan na ba yun? Compared to, asan na ba? Lagi nawawala. 400, asan na yung 400,000? Total?
I recall it's 400,000, 400 plus.
462,000?
Anyway, it's on record.
468,000.
Mr. Speaker, is it not that the military and uniformed personnel receive higher salary and emoluments compared to the civilian employees precisely because of their hazardous service?
Your Honor, but if you look at, for example, from Teacher 1 up to ES3, it's almost comparable to Colonel, which is confirmed by the Commission on Appointments. Their salaries from Teacher 1 or from the lowest military up to Colonel, and ES3, Education Supervisor 3, it is comparable. The basic major difference, Your Honor, really is in the pension because of two things. One, because of the rapid increases that were done since '89, and number two, simply because of the indexation, Your Honor. So the main difference between civilian and military is really in the pension, Your Honor. So this bill, what this bill does is to slow down the growth from 12% to only 3%, at the same time cut the umbilical cord of indexation to the new entrants.
Well, that is subject to verification with respect to the salary grade of military and uniformed personnel compared to civilian employees.
Your Honor, we will, may I ask the page to please submit to my honorable colleague from Albay the basis for that comparison.
Ilagay mo lang dyan. Mr. Speaker, civilian employees of the national government, government-owned and controlled corporations, as well as employees of the local government units, are mandated to contribute to their pension plan managed by the GSIS. Is this correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Employees of the private sector also contribute to their pension plan. Is this correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, does the sponsor have the data on how many civilian personnel of the government die due to work-related causes?
May I ask for 1 minute suspension, Your Honor? Because we have the GSIS actuary actually to support this deliberation.
Session suspended.
Work-related, including travel to work, 291, Your Honor, out of the 2 million members of GSIS.
Can you please repeat that?
291, Your Honor, out of,
221.
out of 2 million.
Is that the average?
That's the actual,
Is that with respect to civilian employees of the government?
correct. The entire GSIS, Your Honor.
And how about the deaths in the private enterprise of workers or employees due to work-related causes?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You don't have that.
I don't have that data, but certainly, if given the proper time, Your Honor, we will look for it, Your Honor. But definitely, within this gallery behind me, that data does not. We do not have that data
Okay.
for SSS.
Yes, because those are important to justify the difference between the MUP and the civilian and private sector employees. I hope we could get that data, Your Honor.
Is that before any further question, Your Honor?
No, it's just a request.
Okay,
That
we
should
will
have that
produce
data.
that, Your Honor. It's being produced now, Your Honor.
The data is being produced. Is the data being produced?
No, it's being produced, being culled, Your
Oh,
Honor.
because we don't produce data. Otherwise,
we
that'd be
generate-
suspect.
Anyway, Your Honor, I
You
don't
can
want...
generate the data, but not produce it.
In other words, Your Honor, we will come out with the data. We will submit the data, Your Honor.
These work-related causes in private and civilian government employment would include stress, accidents in the workplace, exposure to chemicals and other hazardous materials, transportation incidents in going to the workplace, exposure to hazardous materials, and other related causes. Would the distinguished agree?
I think, Your Honor, it's work-related, and therefore,
Okay.
there is a definition before you are given benefits, and that will determine whether it's work-related or not.
Okay. In other words, if the MUP are exposed to death or die in line of duty, these civilian employees of the government, as well as the private workers in the private enterprise, also die because of work-related causes. Consequently, there appears no difference between the MUP and the government civilian and private workers with respect to exposing their lives to threats which could lead to death and other permanent disabilities. Now, during the martial law regime, where the military and uniformed personnel had ascendancy in the government and in other sectors, was there a pension plan?
Yung 1 minute suspension, Your Honor. I want to. May pension plan ba?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session is resumed.
yes, Your Honor, it's under Republic Act 340 of 1948. Retirement, there is a first unified MUP pension
I am
system.
referring to the martial law regime.
So in other words, Your Honor, it follows that unless it was amended by a PD, then this was the incumbent pension system. Meron bang?
But there were specific PDs issued by the late President Marcos Sr. with respect to the pension plan of NUP. And let me cite PD 361, PD 1638, and PD 1656. Is the gentleman aware of
Yes,
these
Your
PDs?
Honor.
Yes.
We just wanted to have the chronology, Your Honor,
Okay.
properly, but that is the creation of the RSBS, Your Honor.
Under these PDs were contributions required from the MUP?
Yes, Your Honor, 5%.
No.
4%, sorry.
PD 361 and PD 1638, the mandatory contribution was 4%.
Correct.
And PD 1656 increased it to 5%.
Correct, Your Honor.
So during the time of martial law, there were contributions required from the NUP. Now, in a question by the Honorable Brosas, on what countries require contributions and what countries do not require contribution, the distinguished sponsor made an answer. Could we please have the sponsor repeat his answer?
Yes, Your Honor. Indonesia, defined contribution. Malaysia, defined contribution. Myanmar, defined contribution. Singapore, defined contribution. I'm sorry. Bakit may workers here? For Thailand, it's mixed. Bakit itong pension system? Defined. I'm sorry, sir. The worker share. Sorry. In Indonesia, it varies. In Malaysia, it is funded by the national government. Myanmar, funded by the national government. Singapore, funded by the national government. Thailand, government share is 3%. Vietnam, it's 8% for the worker, 14% for the government. Brunei, no worker share, funded by NG. Cambodia, no worker share, funded by NG. Laos, 8% worker share, 8.5% for NG. China, no worker share, funded by NG. India, none, funded by NG. USA, voluntary, 1% up to 4% government share. And that was my answer, Your Honor.
Okay. In that answer, you mentioned that in Malaysia, there is no mandatory contribution from the counterpart of what we know here as MUP.
Correct, Your Honor. That's
Malaysia.
yes, Your Honor. Based on the record submitted by the Department of Finance.
But based on my research, and I hope you could have this validated, Malaysian, and I quote, Malaysian military personnel also make contributions to their pensions. In Malaysia, military personnel are covered under the Armed Forces Fund Board, which provides retirement benefits and pensions. Military personnel contribute a portion of their salary to the LTAT, that's the board, throughout their service. The contribution rates vary based on rank and length of service, and these funds are used to support their pensions and other retirement benefits, unquote. Given that factual research, would the distinguished gentleman still insist that in Malaysia there is no contribution from the military and uniformed personnel?
For officers, participation in the fund is voluntary, with no contribution towards their accounts by the government of Malaysia. Armed Forces members of other ranks are required to contribute a portion of their monthly salary to the LTAT, with the government contributing as employer. I stand corrected, Your Honor.
Thank you for that candid answer. In your answer to the Honorable Brosas, you mentioned that in India, the military and uniformed personnel do not contribute to their pension plan. Is that correct? You mentioned that.
Yes, Your Honor, and not that I am putting up an alibi. These are documents provided by the Department of Finance, but certainly, Your Honor, I think it's only proper that we are now verifying whether the answer based on the documents I have is none, but we are now verifying, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Let I have 1 minute suspension, Your Honor.
Okay.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
We are diligently looking, but apparently there's none, although they tried to install one in 2020, Your Honor.
Let me just quote this research. Unquote, Indian military personnel make contributions towards their pensions. The Defense Pension Scheme in India is a social security program for retired personnel of the Indian Armed Forces and their families. The new pension scheme for defense personnel in India is known as the National Pension System, NPS. It is a defined contribution pension system. Let me underscore that. It is a defined contribution pension system which was introduced in 2004 and applies to all new entrants to the central government service, including defense personnel who joined on or after January 1, 2004. Defense personnel who joined the service before January 1, 2004 are covered under the old pension scheme. This pension plan is based on the Pay Commission recommendations and the Defense Pension regulations. So here, it appears clearly that in India, the covered personnel contribute to the pension plan. And I would appreciate your resource persons to validate this statement with respect to India.
Yes, Your Honor, the word there is defense personnel. But there is a tier one, government servant or government personnel contributes. But the military, Your Honor, ano, tier two ba yun?
But here, India has a defined contribution pension system. Anyway, I would appreciate.
Yes, Your Honor, we will verify because there are two sources, and this is the pensioners portal of India itself, Your Honor. And there's tier one and tier two, and tier one is mandatory of all government servants, and tier two, basically, Your Honor, is optional and at the discretion. So apparently, Your Honor, the understanding of the DOF is that the military is in tier two. So, Your Honor, but to complete the circle, Your Honor, we will verify with India, our sources in the Indian embassy or some other sources, so that I think we will come up with an accurate description of whether Indian military contributes or does not contribute.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that sponsors of measures would be more accurate in the information they give the members, because some may be misled in assessing as well as in voting on such measures. In the United States, Great Britain, Canada, and China, the military and uniformed personnel do not contribute to their pension plan because these countries are super economies or superior economies that they can well afford to fully subsidize the pension plan of military and uniformed personnel. Is this correct?
Again, Your Honor, we have a difference because the records of the US says that in the USA it's voluntary and the government share is between 1 up to 4% and is indexed at cost of living. But definitely, Your Honor, if the if the fundamental beneath it is that they are super economies, I will agree with that. But with respect, again, we will verify whether in the US there is voluntary contribution by the military.
How about in Great Britain?
The predicate is, I already agreed, Your Honor.
Beg your pardon?
I agreed to the predicate that they are super economies.
In Canada?
In Canada? One minute suspension.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Directly from the Canadian Treasury Board, on earnings up to maximum covered by Canadian pension plan, the military personnel contributes 9.83. On earnings over the maximum covered by the Canada pension plan is 12.26%, Your Honor. So it is contributory.
Okay. In Australia,
1 minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
In Australia, it is also contributory on a 1 to 1.5 system, Your Honor. For every $1 Australian dollar, the government contributes 1.5.
okay, thank you. How about in France?
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Based on the official document of France, French military personnel contribute 6% of base pay to the retirement service. They also contribute to the French social security system, which provides health and old age and death benefits. It's contributory, Your Honor.
It's contributory. And France is one of the G7 countries, is that?
Correct.
How about in Germany? Is their system contributory?
1 minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
It is also contributory at 9.3% for everyone.
Okay, thank you for that information and confirmation. And Germany is
That's
also
That's
a
Germany.
G7 country.
Yes.
Yes. How about Spain? What is the nature of their contributory or non-contributory system?
1 minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
In Spain, there's no separate pension system for the military. It's also contributory like everybody else, both private, civilian, as well as military.
So can we get this well, accurately? In Spain, there is no military pension plan?
It's the same for everyone.
Same for, in other words, it's the same for everybody, both civilian and military.
And private.
And private.
Correct.
It is also contributory.
Or?
It is contributory.
Correct, for everyone.
Okay. Okay. Now, let us go to South Korea. How about South Korea? What is the system?
One minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session is suspended.
It is contributory with both the national government paying 12 and the military personnel paying 12.
How about in Japan? What is the system?
It is non-contributory, Your Honor.
In Japan, it's not
Yes,
contributory. Let me just read this research which I have made. Japanese military personnel also make contributions to their pension. In Japan, military personnel are covered by the employees' pension insurance system, similar to other public employees. They make monthly contributions to this system, which are deducted from their salary. Could you please comment on this, vis-a-vis the research given to you, Your Honor?
There's basically no separate pension for military, just like it's just an SSS covering their military, Your Honor.
In other words, the military contributes to a pension system.
Yes.
It is for everybody.
Yes, for everybody.
Okay. So it is contributory. How about in Indonesia?
It is contributory, Your Honor,
Yes,
with with a share. It is a defined contribution with the worker share at 4.75, and the government share essentially varies.
And it is also contributory in Vietnam.
By 8%, Your Honor, and government 14%.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I ask these questions because it would be shown that there are more countries where the military and uniformed personnel contribute to their pension plan. It is only in the highly developed countries like the United States, Great Britain, Canada, Australia, and China, where it is non-contributory and the government subsidizes the pension.
That's why, Your Honor, we need...
Even some G7 countries like Germany and
Spain.
France,
Correct.
the system is contributory.
Correct.
So we are not in the league of the super and superior economies. We are in the league of those countries where basically the pension system is contributory.
That's correct, Your Honor. That's why we are having this reform, wherein the new entrants will be contributing, and essentially, Your Honor, they will contribute 9%, and the government will pay 12% for them.
But that is not a reform, considering that the vast majority of the employees under the MUP who are in active service are exempted from contributing to the pension plan.
That's correct, Your Honor. There were two reasons considered by the committee. One, because of the huge fiscal cost to the current operating budget. If the government will pay 16% for active personnel as contribution, that will amount to almost 75 billion. And that should grow as provided for, and could without this reform could actually be much higher, and therefore it will take away funding for other services. And the second, Your Honor, is the fact that, as I've already mentioned, there are strong constitutional issues that actually will find where you can find basis why. As aptly said, that while workers get their pension from their savings, those that risk their lives for their country, the state must pay for their pensions. But that is being debated, Your Honor, and just to correct, not to correct, just to add, so that I don't have any pending data request. Out of 42.4 million SSS members, 16,000 died in job-related deaths.
Okay. That's good to know. That is much more deaths in the private and government employment compared to the deaths in the military and police and uniformed services, which would not justify the argument that we are exempting the incumbent military and uniformed personnel from contributing to the pension because they die in line of service. The data would not support such argument. Mr. Speaker, I am informed that the distinguished sponsor asked the legislative and legal services of the House for a research on constitutional issues relative to this bill.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And maybe know what was the opinion of the legislative and legal services?
Your Honor, it's really on 3, the due process clause, the non-impairment of contract clause, and the principle of non-diminution of benefits clause.
Okay. And according to that report,
Well, basically, in summary, prior to retirement, the MUP does not obtain any absolute right to the retirement benefits, being mere gratuity. And being non-contributory, there is no vested contractual obligation on the part of the state to grant these benefits.
the Legal Affairs Department of the House, in essence, said that the provisions in the original bills with respect to contributions from the active members of the military and uniformed services are constitutional because they do not infringe on the due process clause, they do not violate the sanctity of contracts, and they are not in violation of the principle of non-diminution of salaries and benefits of employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. So, essentially, that is in support of the original version that there should be contributions from the military and uniformed services or personnel, because such provision or provisions are constitutional and do not violate the due process clause, the sanctity of contract, and the non-diminution of salaries. I just made that question to make it clear what was the essence of the opinion of the Legal Affairs Department of the House of Representatives. Now, let me go to the military properties which are to be sources to fund the pension plan. May we know what are these military properties which could be used to fund the program, the fund?
We can submit, Your Honor, a list of properties that may be injected by the AFP, which will have a separate fund, as well as, of course, the other services with respect to uniform personnel trust fund, Your Honor.
Who will decide whether to sell, lease, or alienate these military properties?
I think, Your Honor, there's a consensus between, of course, at the executive, obviously, Your Honor, will make the decision. The president, being not just being commander-in-chief, but as being the chief executive. So, Your Honor, but the consensus is among the departments, including the AFP and the DND, is to lease, not sell these properties.
And how much is to be generated from the sale, lease, or alienation of these military properties?
Currently, Your Honor, the first thing that will be injected is the 44 billion residual from RSBS. And the rest, Your Honor, is at this point indeterminate. But we have asked all the services to submit a list of assets which they can inject into the fund.
Are there minor military camps earmarked for sale or lease?
At this point, Your Honor, none, except those that are under BCDA.
Are you
Under
sure of
BCDA,
that?
Your Honor.
Are you sure of that? There are
Yes,
no minor.
Your Honor. We've been through this from May 2021 to October 2021. And then again, Your Honor, this past August, There's been a lot of back and forth between their military and, Your Honor, there are proposals, but Your Honor, in terms of a definitive decision to inject a particular military or uniformed personnel asset, Your Honor, is right now not definite.
May we know from the sponsor if the Melchor de la Cruz camp in Gamu, Isabela is among the properties earmarked for sale or lease?
Melchor de la Cruz? Your Honor, based on the PNP, they're still compiling the list of this asset. AFP, they're still compiling the list. So, Your Honor, there are no definitive decisions as to whether this or that camp will be injected into the fund.
How about Port Magsaysay Military Reservation in Nueva Ecija?
That's currently in the list that's being submitted to Congress, but the decision whether to inject it is still to be determined, Your Honor.
Okay. How about Camp Peralta in Capiz?
All of the camps, Your Honor, the lands of the camps are included in the list, Your Honor, of possibly being injected into the fund.
How about Idelberto Evangelista Palag?
The same,
Camp in Misamis Oriental.
same, Your Honor.
Same.
The lands are included in the list, but there's no definitive decision whether to inject it into the fund.
How about the Camp Libaritan in Bukidnon?
It's also in the list, Your Honor, but there's no definitive decision to inject it into the fund.
How about Camp Xiongpo in Awang, Maguindanao?
According to the AP, it's also in the list, Your Honor, and there's no definitive decision or timeline with respect to its injection into the fund.
How about is this Brigadier General Binias in Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu?
It's also part of the list, Your Honor, that's being submitted to Congress.
It's in the list.
It's in the list.
It's in the list. And MR Tinagilan, Puerto Princesa, Palawan.
It's also in the list.
It's also in the list for prospective sale or lease. Is that correct?
More like lease, Your Honor.
How about Camp Allen in Baguio City?
Probably not in the list, Your Honor, because that's PMA property.
Okay. How about Navy base in Baguio City?
Yes, Your Honor, it's in the list.
I am reading from a letter addressed to Secretary Delpin Lorenzana, wherein all of these camps were endorsed to the Secretary, the 10 identified camps for submission to the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation as potential source of additional funds to support the AFP pension requirements. And this came from General Gilbert Kapay. Are you aware of this
Yes,
letter?
we're aware of that, Your Honor.
Are these lands already alienable?
All of them? All the lands are? All of them are undergoing a process, Your Honor, whether they can be alienated, Your Honor. If there are no legal impediments to their being alienable, Your Honor.
Is it not true that in order to be a land to be alienable, there is need for an act of Congress?
Correct.
Correct. So, of this comes which are already alienable and which are not alienable.
Yes, Your Honor.
I beg your pardon?
May I know the question?
The question is, which of these lands identified in that letter, which are military camps, are already alienable and which are not alienable, which would need the act of Congress?
In short, none. As of now, none, because there is no congressional act, Your Honor.
What is meant by none?
None of them. They are just being proposed, Your Honor, for...
So none of them is alienable.
Yes, Your Honor, because they will be submitted to Congress in another bill, Your Honor, or
Okay.
for them to be alienable.
Okay. Because it is only Congress which can declare a land alienable. Now, how about the golf courses of the military? Are they listed among the properties of AFP, which could be alienated, sold, or leased?
Your Honor, most of them are part of the camp. I'm just trying to verify whether some of them are under RSBS.
The golf courses are in Camp, I think, Villamor.
Your Honor, no golf,
No golf courses.
No golf, but RSBS have golf shares.
Okay. Who owns these golf courses today?
As far as I know, Your Honor, these are Republic of the Philippines.
They are not owned by the armed forces of the Philippines.
Well, they are assigned to the armed forces of the Philippines.
And they are not earmarked for sale or alienation.
In short, Your Honor, they can be titled if it's the decision of Congress, Your Honor, to title them under their particular service,
Okay.
but they certainly belong to the Republic of the Philippines.
Okay. Now, there is a provision in the proposed bill which guarantees an annual 3% increase in the salary of incumbent
Correct.
military and armed forces personnel and uniformed personnel. That is correct.
Correct, Your Honor.
Is the bill not preempting future Congresses to make a decision whether or not to grant wage increases to the MUP?
Your Honor, future Congresses can amend it, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I think, Your Honor, this is a determined effort on the part of this Congress, at least by if other Congresses so find themselves in different circumstances. But as far as we're concerned, Your Honor, because we're starting from a 14 trillion actuarial reserve deficiency. If the annual salary growth from 1989 to 2020 is 12%, and between year 2000 to 2020, it's about 8.7%, has an actuarial reserve deficiency of 9.7 trillion, and between 2000 and 2023, the actual reserve, the growth is 6.8%. The actual reserve deficiency is 5.5 trillion. And this bill, at least as far as it is respected, Your Honor, will reduce the actual reserve deficiency from 14 trillion to only 3.4 trillion, Your Honor. So, but we do admit, Your Honor, that's why originally this bill was called a social compact between the Congress representing the people and the military establishment being the protector of the people, in order to, in the spirit of contributing to nation building, of at least addressing one source of fiscal risk, which is, of course, the 14 trillion in actual reserve deficiency. If future president suddenly doubles the salary, or if the annual salary increases is 7%, wherein it will be 5.5 trillion. So 6.8%, wherein it will be 5.5 trillion. Your Honor, in short, Your Honor, it is legal for this Congress, and whether it is binding on the next Congress, I think, at least to the extent, Your Honor, that it sends a strong signal that the basis, the fundamental basis for the guaranteed 3% is to avoid any 12%, any 9%, any 6.8%, and therefore, Your Honor, that will create fiscal space in the future for other vital social services and, of course, capital outlays for economic growth, Your Honor. So, in short, Your Honor, it is the 3% has been talked about with the military services, and it is a way of correcting the 12% from 1989 to year 2020, and therefore the 3% sort of brings them back in line with the economy, Your Honor.
In short, this bill, with respect to the guaranteed 3% wage increase annually, will not preclude subsequent Congresses to make a determination on the frequency and amount of salary increase for the MUP. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. There's no invincibility, so to speak, to the 3%. But the signal is strong enough and robust that the desire of Congress is to create fiscal space for the national government so that we will not have another 12% average per annum in salary increase, no more 8.7% increase, no more 6.8% increase, and no more. In short, Your Honor, I think it shows the intent of the 19th Congress to resolve one of the pestering issues that jeopardizes our credit standing, as well as, of course, if we don't do this, Your Honor, at least the records will show, and future Congresses will be as responsible if, for example, by 2030, instead of 579 billion, then we will only pay 356 billion because of this bill, Your Honor, and that is only with respect to salaries, not pensions, Your Honor.
On my last question, Mr. Speaker, this bill is principally and mainly for the MUP pension reform. Is that correct?
Principally, both for salary, Your Honor, and pension, Your Honor, because not just because it is indexed, but because the salary increase has been rising by 12%. So it pertains to both the military salaries as well as the military pension, and it's only because of some act of Congress that they have been indexed, and therefore, if you touch one, you touch the other, Your Honor, until we find that we have this bill that essentially cuts the umbilical cord between pension and salary, at the same time brings down the 12% to only 3%, at the same time compel our military to contribute to nation building through contribution to their own pensions.
Thank you for those motherhood statements. But if we refer to the Constitution provides that a bill should only contain one subject matter, which shall be presented in the title of the bill. But in this particular bill, there are two subject matters: the pension and the guaranteed salary. I am asking this question because there might be some constitutional infirmity which could be subject to a petition before the Supreme Court and would delay the implementation of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much to
Thank you,
my honorable colleague from Lagubay.
distinguished sponsor, for yielding to my questions. Maraming salamat.
Just Mabalos.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
There being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Thank you to the mother.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Iloilo, the Honorable Raul Boboy Tupas, for his individual amendment.
The Honorable Tupas is recognized for his individual amendment. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Leader. Again, Mr. Speaker, may I propose the following amendments to the House Bill number 8969 under Committee Report number 728. I have about 10 proposed amendments. Una po, on page 3, under Section 4, compulsory retirement, delete lines 4 and 5, except the title compulsory retirement, and replace with the following. Section 4, compulsory retirement, the following shall be compulsorily retired. A, military personnel. Military personnel shall be compulsorily retired from the service in accordance with Section 6 of Republic Act Number 11709 as amended by Section 2 of Republic Act Number 11939 under at least one of the following conditions. Number 1, upon reaching 57 years of age or upon accumulation of 30 years of satisfactory active service, whichever comes later, or number 2, for key officers upon completion of tour of duty or upon relief by the President. Letter B, uniformed personnel. Uniformed personnel shall be compulsorily retired from the service upon reaching the age of 57 years old or upon accumulation of 30 years of satisfactory active service, whichever comes later. Military or uniformed personnel killed in action or wounded in action resulting in total permanent disability as duly certified by the appropriate medical certification process of the respective services shall be deemed compulsorily retired for purposes of computing retirement benefits. Mr. Speaker.
We accept.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
What does the House say?
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment of the representative to pass.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, on page 3, after line 8, insert a new section 6 entitled Harmonization of Total Permanent Disability Benefits. Said section shall now read as follows. Section 6, Harmonization of Total Permanent Disability Benefits. Military and uniformed personnel with total permanent disability as a result of injury suffered or sickness contracted in the performance of duty as duly certified by the appropriate medical certification process of the respective services, that the extent of the disability or sickness renders such personnel unfit or unable to further perform the duties of his position shall be compulsory retired. The succeeding sections will be numbered accordingly. Mr. Speaker.
We accept.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
On page 3, section 7, retirement pay, line 25, add the phrase, for those who entered the active service prior to the effectivity of this act at the start of the paragraph. Mr. Speaker.
We accept.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
On the same section, insert a new paragraph after line 29, which shall read as follows. Upon retirement, a military or uniformed personnel shall choose between the following modes of payment of retirement benefits. Letter A, lump sum, receive in advance and in one lump sum retirement benefits equivalent to 36 months, and 3 years thereafter receive monthly retirement benefits as they accrue, or letter B, direct pension, receive monthly retirement benefits as they accrue. The retirement pay of a military and uniformed personnel who is killed in action or wounded in action resulting in total permanent disability as duly certified by the appropriate medical certification process of the respective services is computed at the rate of 90% of the monthly base pay and longevity pay of the retirement grade of the personnel, regardless of years in active service. For new entrants, monthly retirement pay shall be 50% of the base pay and longevity pay of the permanent grade last held by the personnel in case of 20 years in active service, increasing by 2.5%, 2.5% for every year of active service rendered beyond 20 years to a maximum of 90% for 36 years of active service and over. Mr. Speaker.
We accept.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
On the same section, line 30, insert the phrase, any downward after the word authorizing. Section 7 shall now read as follows. Section 7, retirement pay. For those who entered the active service prior to the effectivity of this act, the monthly retirement pay shall be 50% of the base pay and longevity pay of the grade next higher than the permanent grade last held by the personnel in case 20 years in active service, increasing by 2.5%, 2.5% for every year of active service rendered beyond 20 years to a maximum of 90% for 36 years of active service and over. Upon retirement, a military or uniformed personnel shall choose between the following modes of payment of retirement benefits. A, lump sum, receive in advance in one lump sum retirement benefits equivalent to 36 months and 3 years. Thereafter, receive monthly retirement benefits as they accrue. Or letter B, direct pension, receive monthly retirement benefits as they accrue. The retirement pay of a military and uniformed personnel who is killed in action or wounded in action resulting in total permanent disability as duly certified with the appropriate medical certification process of the respective services is computed at the rate of 90% of the monthly base pay and longevity pay of the retirement grade of the personnel regardless of years in active service. For the new entrants, monthly retirement pay shall be 50% of the base pay and longevity pay of the permanent grade last held by the personnel in case of 20 years in active service, increasing by 2.5%, 2.5% for every year of active service rendered beyond 20 years to a maximum of 90% for 36 years of active service and over. Nothing in this section shall be construed as authorizing any downward adjustment of pay or payment of any differential in retirement pay to military and uniformed personnel who are already retired prior to the approval of this act. Mr. Speaker.
We accept.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
On page 4, section 9, cap automatic indexation to adjustment in active personnel pay. Line 6, delete the word 50% and replace it with 100%. Mr. Speaker.
We accept.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Still in section 9, insert a new paragraph after line 10, which shall read as follows. There shall be no automatic adjustment of the retirement and survivorship benefits to the prevailing scale of salary of the active military and uniformed personnel of the same rank for new entrants. The Military and Uniformed Personnel Trust Fund Committee created under Section 11 of this Act may increase the retirement benefits therein provided by not more than 1.5%, 1.5% of the retirement benefit within a given year when the financial sustainability of such increase is supported by an actuarial study. Mr. Speaker.
We accept.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
In addition, align and change the title of Section 9 to Adjustments in Active Personnel Pay and Pension Benefits. Section 9 shall now read as follows. Section 9, Adjustments in Active Personnel Pay and Pension Benefits. The pension of retired military and uniformed personnel and survivorship pension of qualified survivors shall be subject to an automatic indexation at a rate not exceeding 100% of the increase in the base pay of the military and uniformed personnel in active service holding the same rank during the same year, provided that for the first 10 years from the effectivity of this act, there shall be a guaranteed annual adjustment in the base pay of military and uniformed personnel of 3%. There shall be no automatic adjustment of the retirement and survivorship benefits to prevailing scale of salary of the active military and uniformed personnel of the same rank for new entrants. The Military and Uniformed Personnel Trust Fund Committee created under Section 11 of this Act may increase the retirement benefits herein provided by not more than 1.5%, 1.5% of the retirement benefit within a given year when the financial sustainability of such increase is supported by an actuarial study. Mr. Speaker,
We accept.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
for my second to the last proposed amendment, on page 8, under section 16, funding sources, insert a new paragraph after line 11, which shall read as follows. Letter D, sources of funding for the AFP Trust Fund. The AFP Trust Fund may be funded from the proceeds of the following. Number 1, residual assets and funds of the AFP Retirement Separation Benefit System. Number 2, sale of military reservations as may be authorized by Congress pursuant to the provisions of existing laws and regulations governing sales of government properties, including such immovable and other facilities as may be found therein, not otherwise covered by the Basis Conversion and Development Authority as provided for in Republic Act Number 7227 as amended. Number 3, lease or joint development of military reservations as may be authorized by the existing laws and regulations governing lease or joint development of government properties, including such immovables and other facilities as may be found therein, not specifically enumerated under Republic Act Number 7227 as amended. Number 4, shares of the AFP from the sale of military camps provided for under Republic Act Number 7227 as amended, and at least 50% of the proceeds net of direct expenses authorized to be deducted from such proceeds from the lease and or joint venture agreements and such other disposition pertaining to the same camps in accordance with applicable and or existing orders, rules, regulations, and issuances. Number 5, income derived from public-private partnerships entered into by the Department of National Defense or the AFP as may be authorized by the President pursuant to the provisions of existing laws and regulations. And number 6, non-strategic real estate assets of the DND or the AFP as determined by the Secretary of National Defense. Mr. Speaker,
We accept.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, for my last proposed amendment, on the same section, page 12, lines 27 and 28, delete item subsection H. Said section shall now read as follows. Letter G. Sections 4 and 5 of Republic Act Number 9040, otherwise known as the AFP Tax Exemption for Pay and Allowances Act of 2001.
We
Mr.
accept.
Speaker,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, this representation has no further amendments. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Magandang hapon.
Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Santa Rosa City, the Honorable Dan Fernandez, for his individual amendments.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may I propose the following amendments to House Bill number 8969 under Committee Report 728. I have 7 amendments. The first amendment is on page 2 under Section 3, letter E. I-delete lang po natin yung lines 26 to 32 and replace it with a new subsection, which shall now read as follows. Section 3, definition of terms. Survivors refer to the following: surviving spouse if married to the deceased prior to the latter's retirement or separation and not legally separated by judicial decree from the deceased issued on grounds not attributable to said spouse, provided that entitlement to benefits shall terminate when the said spouse remarries, cohabits, or engages in a common law relationship. Number 2, surviving children shall mean born of the marriage contracted prior to the retirement of separation from the service, adopted or acknowledged by the deceased while in active service, and children who are 18 years old and above but suffering from mental or physical incapacity or any disability that renders them totally dependent on the deceased, provided that entitlement to benefits shall terminate when the surviving children attain 18 years of age or get married, except for surviving children who were duly certified by the appropriate medical certification process of the respective military or uniformed services to be incapable of employment by reason of their mental or physical incapacity. In default of those mentioned in paragraphs 1 and 2 above, or in their absence, the surviving parent or parents, or in default thereof, the surviving unmarried brothers and sisters who are below 18 years of age and without parental obligation. Will the good sponsor agree with the proposed amendments?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Thank you. Ang pangalawa po nating proposed amendment is on page 6, section 14. Structure, staffing pattern, and operating budget. Yung pong line 29, i-delete po yung word na 90 and replace it with 120. So ito po magiging said section shall now read as follows. So section 14, structure, staffing pattern, and operating budget. The organizational structure and staffing pattern for the management of the MUP trust funds within the government service insurance system and for the creation of the MUP trust fund secretariat within the Bureau of the Treasury shall be approved by the committee within 120 days from the effectivity of this act, provided that appointees to various positions shall comply with the qualifications standards approved by the Civil Service Commission, provided further that the government service insurance system shall be entitled to management fees to be charged against the MUP trust funds. Will the good sponsor welcome this representation proposal?
We accept, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Number 3 proposed amendment is on page 7. Section 16, letter B. Ito po yung mandatory contributions. Medyo mainit po itong isyong to. So, we have to delete yung pong lines sa page 7, lines 12 to 33. Delete po ang lines 12 to 33, except the title, mandatory contributions, and replace with the following. Letter B, mandatory contributions. New entrants shall contribute 9% of their monthly compensation as personal share, and the national government shall provide 12% as its share. Will the good sponsor accept this proposed amendment?
We accept.
Thank you. Majority floor.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any
Objection.
objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
There is an objection, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry. There is an objection. Those in favor, Majority Leader, what is the pleasure of the Majority Leader?
Before we decide to divide the House, Mr. Speaker, the cooling system in this House is becoming much cooler because of the absence of warm bodies. And possibly we could not resolve this issue without a quorum.
Session suspended. Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 8969.
Is there any objection?
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed,
after
gentleman
the
from Albay.
motion to suspend, may I know whether that motion is approved so that I could make a proper motion?
Yes, the distinguished gentleman from Albay, I would have asked the plenary, the body, if there would be any objections to the motion of the Majority Leader. Are you objecting to
No,
the
no.
suspension?
I am not.
And therefore, is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader to suspend consideration of this particular measure? There being none, motion is approved. A gentleman from Albay is now
With the suspension
recognized, yes.
of the consideration of House Bill 8969, that effectively resolves my motion questioning the quorum. Consequently, I will withdraw that motion so that the House can proceed to reopening the period for other matters in the schedule of the House. Thank you. Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you. Honorable Lagman. Majority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Linabel Ruth Villarica from the 4th District of Bulacan. They are from the Schools Division Office, City of Maykawayan, Bulacan, headed by Ms. Merlina P. Cruz, PhD, CESO 5.
Welcome to the House of Representatives, guest of Honorable Villarica. Most welcome. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Linabel Ruth Villarica from the 4th District of Bulacan for her privileged speech.
The Honorable Villarica from Bulacan is recognized for the privilege hour.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, thank you very much for still being here, most especially to my guests who have stayed behind to show support to my speech this evening. Thank you. Actually, this is part 2 of the privileged speech I delivered last September 19, 2022 on the topic of allocating more funds for the Cancer Assistance Fund in the proposed General Appropriations Act of 2023. At that time, the Department of Health was appealing for the inclusion of 500 million pesos for this purpose. As president of the Association of Women Legislators Foundation, I raised this issue in plenary to create a concerted action of support from among us. With the Senate acting in unison, the appeal was approved. Presently, the DOH expects the full utilization of the fund under the 2023 GAA and shall be released pending the approval of the joint memorandum circular of the DOH with DBM. This is because of the increasing demand for assistance from cancer patients. Nonetheless, for an evidence-based estimation of demand, fund utilization in 2022 was 100% obligated, 83% dispersed, but pending documentary requirements completion, it is 100%. Hence, the health agency, again, is appealing for an additional 1.3 billion pesos. This is on top of the 1 billion pesos for the Cancer Assistance Fund as provided for in the proposed GAA bill. Your Honor, this representative is strongly endorsing the appeal of the DOH to increase the CAF to a total of 2.3 billion pesos in 2024. The increase in CAF will cover the cost of both inpatient and outpatient services packages for cancer prevention, screening, early detection and diagnosis, treatment and its care-related components, thus enabling access not just for treatment support, but also other screening, early detection services, especially for high-risk individuals that will help in strategically controlling the spread of cancer in its earliest stage. This is aligned with the direction of the DOH to enhance interventions on screening and early detection services. This will benefit cancer patients, persons living with cancer, cancer survivors, and individuals high risk for cancers. To ensure equity of access, its beneficiary will be able to get support up to 150,000 pesos per year. Thus, the fund increment will benefit an additional target of at least 8,667 beneficiaries instead of only 6,000 that will be covered by the proposed 1 billion pesos Cancer Assistance Fund for 2024. A CAF of 2.3 billion pesos, therefore, is projected to care for a minimum of 14,667 beneficiaries. The DOH tells us that, in fact, existing records from them would show that current CAF beneficiaries already reach 50,450 patients. In the National Cancer Summit in February 2023, Dr. Rosario Pitarque, President of the Philippine Society of Medical Oncology, reported that cancer, already the third leading cause of death nationwide, kills at least 96 people a day. But it did not be a death sentence with early detection and increased prevention awareness. Cancer Coalition Philippines Vice President Carmen Auste identified, among others, 3 hindrances. First, the patients themselves who immediately back away from treatment because of the cost. Second, the medical field, when even medical practitioners lack of knowledge on the signs and symptoms of cancer. And third, the government, which, among others, needs to improve its system or referral pathway from the rural health units to the hospitals. And not to mention even our lack of healthcare workers and specialists. I know this for a fact because one of our very dependable department heads at the local government of the city of Maykawayan was misdiagnosed in a private hospital there for several months until the director of our LGU's dialysis center saw her and immediately referred her to colleagues at the PGH, where she was immediately confined, but unfortunately by that time, she was already diagnosed at stage 3. Sharing her experience is my way of honoring Juliet Conquilla Montevilla, who fought the good fight, underwent the rigors of chemotherapy as evidence of her living faith, and even went to work up to a week before she passed away with dignity. There is always a sense of urgency, Your Honor, with a big C. That is why, even as I appeal for a 1.3 billion pesos increase for the Cancer Assistance Fund on behalf of the AWLFI, we ourselves continue to do our bit in the fight against cancer. In partnership with the Committee on Women and Gender Equality and the Casuso Foundation of East Avenue Medical Center, we are offering free mammogram services so that high-risk patients need not back away from this very basic diagnostic service due to the expense involved. You heard it right. We are offering it for free to every woman with a doctor's prescription all year round, as we are committed to funding this public service. We are just steps away, and we shall put up notices indicating the phone numbers to call. The Association of Women Legislators Foundation Incorporated does its bit in partnership with members of the civil society. In the pink October of 2022, around 150 House staff and employees were given free breast and cervical screening after a seminar on breast and cervix health in partnership with Surreptitious International of Ortigas and the Environs, Philippine Cancer Society, and the assistance of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, HREP God Focal Point, and HREP Medical and Dental Services. Furthermore, AWLFI makes it a point to donate annually to the Philippine General Hospital's Pediatric Cancer Ward, which we even included a Christmas treat last year for them. Cancer is no respecter of gender or age, but the lack of treatment is felt most severely by the economically vulnerable. Hence my appeal. It need not be a death sentence, but the word needs to get out on where and how affordable treatment may be had through active cancer awareness promotion, prevention, screening, treatment, and even palliative care. Your Honor and esteemed colleagues, let us increase the Cancer Assistance Fund to 2.3 billion pesos in 2024 for the sake of at least 14,000 more lives. More than patients, there are persons treasured by their families. Let us give them a fighting chance to fight the good fight and triumph over cancer. Mr. Speaker, thank you and good evening.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Representative Lina Bel Ruth Villarica to be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable J.C. Abalos of Four-Piece Party List to avail of the privileged hour.
The Honorable Abalos of the Party List 4Ps is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Mr. Speaker, sa aking mga kasamahan dito sa Kongreso, sa ating mga panauhin at sa lahat ng kababayan natin, magandang gabi po. Cancer, an insidious adversary that claims nearly 10 million lives worldwide each year, continues to be one of the leading causes of death in the Philippines. Preliminary data from the Philippine Statistics Authority for the year 2022 reveal that cancer ranked as the third leading cause of death among Filipinos from January to May. One of the most common forms of cancer in our country is thyroid cancer. According to the World Health Organization's data from 2020, thyroid cancer ranked 7th among all cancer types in the Philippines. It is, in fact, the most common endocrine malignancy globally and has had the fastest increase in incidence of any cancer in recent years. However, a glimmer of hope shines through this somber information. Nearly 90% of thyroid cancers in the Philippines are well-differentiated carcinomas, which are highly amenable to cure through appropriate surgery and with proper handling and diligent medical checkups. Thyroid cancer patients can achieve an impressive 5-year survival rate of 98%. However, despite its high curability and low mortality rate, and has often been termed as the good cancer, it is still a formidable foe. It often lurks silently, with only subtle warning signs usually, rendering early detection a challenging feat. Some patients may endure symptoms such as pain, difficulty swallowing, enlarged lymph nodes, or voice changes. Mr. Speaker, I share this information not merely as a dry statistics, but as a living testament to the urgency of our cause, one that is profoundly personal. As a survivor of thyroid cancer, I am here to bring to mind that in the last week of this month, we will commemorate National Thyroid Cancer Awareness Week. This upcoming event carries a deep emotional significance for me, as it marks not just a date on the calendar, but a reminder of the experiences I and countless others have faced and continue to face. My journey with thyroid cancer began in 2016 when I first noticed a subtle symptom, a lump on my neck. Initially, I never suspected that it could be a symptom of cancer. It was not until 2018 when more pronounced symptoms surfaced that I received the life-altering diagnosis of thyroid cancer and was in need of surgery right away. Had I not sought medical attention, my condition might have advanced to a more critical stage. During and after my surgery, my life was upended. The medication regimen, the worry that the cancer might return, and the challenges of adapting to my new reality compelled me to alter my way of life. I was introduced to the concept of medical maintenance and confronted the constant presence of anxiety. And because I have to focus on my health, I had to give up other opportunities I had during that time. Ang aking karanasan sa thyroid cancer ay nagdulot ng isa sa mga pinakamahirap na pangyayari sa aking buhay. At lubos akong nagpapasalamat sa walang sawang suporta ng aking pamilya at mga kaibigan noong aking linalaban ito. Gayunman, ang aking kwento ay isa lamang sa marami. Bawat survivor ng thyroid cancer ay may kanya-kanyang natatanging karanasan at may mga ilan na maaaring mas higit pa ang hinarap na pagsubok sa sakit na ito. We must recognize that the battle against cancer transcends the medical sphere and often touches every aspect of a person's life. Following the surgery, individuals may experience neck pain and a hoarse or weak voice, usually temporary but sometimes caused by permanent damage to the vocal cords due to the surgical procedure. The adjustment period post-surgery can be demanding, both physically and emotionally. A longitudinal study in low and middle-income countries, including the Philippines, revealed that 37% of cancer survivors experienced anxiety. 46% grappled with depression. The aftermath of cancer treatment, including the lingering side effects, serves as a constant reminder of the battle fought and the fear of a possible resurgence of the disease. As we observe National Thyroid Cancer Awareness Week, let us commit ourselves to several critical actions. First, let us actively promote regular thyroid checkups, as early detection is our best defense. Second, let us collectively raise public awareness about the risk factors, symptoms, and available treatments for thyroid cancer. I commend the collaborative efforts of the Department of Health, Philippine Thyroid Association, the Philippine Thyroid Cancer Survivors for organizing webinars and seminars focused on thyroid cancer, as these educational initiatives aim to enhance disease awareness and understanding within the public sphere. Third, let us also prioritize providing emotional and psychological support to thyroid cancer patients, recognizing that their mental health well-being is just as crucial as their physical health. Lastly, we must create support programs drawing inspiration from initiatives like the Thyro Mobile Medical Missions, which bring crucial information and thyroid health services to communities in need. Together, we can make a significant impact and offer hope to those affected by this disease, especially those who are in dire need of treatments. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I urge this august body to attend to bills and to resolutions concerning cancer, as they can significantly support Filipinos in their battle against this disease. I especially hold particular optimism for the advancement of House Bill 2734 that I authored, which seeks to establish a National Cancer Center of the Philippines. It is my hope that with its establishment, Filipino cancer patients and families will gain easier access to treatment and care from the best specialists that is inclusive, equitable, and affordable. Sa pagwawakas, ako ay naniniwala na bilang isang bansa, kaya natin tiyakin na bawat Pilipino sa anumang kalagayan nila ay makakatanggap ng maagang pagsusuri, angkop na paggamot at suporta sa kinakailangan nila upang labanan ang cancer. Together, we turn the tide against thyroid cancer and offer hope to countless individuals and their families. Let us continue to work for a healthier and better informed Philippines on thyroid cancer. Muli, maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, at magandang gabi po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable J.C. Abalos to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved.
Next. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Peter B. Miguel of the 2nd District of South Cotabato to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Miguel is recognized to avail of the privilege hour. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, guests, sa lahat po, magandang gabi. I rise on this occasion on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Mr. Speaker, for the last several weeks, we have witnessed during the budget deliberations of national agencies that some bureaus deliberately or unwittingly disregard the laws that we have carefully enacted by establishing implementing rules and regulations that is not in accordance with the very law that they are supposed to implement. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I rise today out of fear and apprehension that this very law that we, as legislators and representatives of the people, have worked hard for may be twisted, deformed, mutilated, and become unrecognizable by the subsequent implementing rules and regulations. In the light of this realization, Mr. Speaker, this humble representation submits to my esteemed colleagues and to the public on what happened to the Medical and Return Service Scholarship Program of the Commission on Higher Education. The MSRS program is a provision under the Republic Act 11509, also known as Doktor para sa Bayan Act. The Medical Scholarship and Return Service Program is a scholarship program that aims to provide financial assistance to the deserving students who are pursuing a degree in Doctor of Medicine. The program is intended for deserving students in state universities and colleges and in partner private higher educational institutions who are willing to undertake the mandatory return service. The return service shall enable medical students to render services in government public health offices or government hospitals in their own hometown and any underserved municipality in any province to take part in the public health and medical service system. The program aims to ensure the availability of doctors to provide quality, basic, promotive, preventive, and curative health care services in every municipality in the country, particularly in the underserved and remote communities and in economically undeveloped, distressed, conflict-afflicted, and geographically disadvantaged areas. During the budget hearing, the Commission on Higher Education, I asked the agency about the implementation of this medical scholarship and return service program. They replied that as of May 2023, of the 1,800 target beneficiaries, only 1,415 scholars, or roughly around 78%, availed. And out of 1,415 who availed, only 207 were from private accredited medical schools across the country. And that is only around 15% of the total enrollees. And that is, to me, Mr. Speaker, is a very low turnout from the private institution. And why is this so? It was revealed that several private partner medical schools do not even have a single scholar amongst the 16 accredited private higher educational institutions with contract for medical scholarship, in spite of the many deserving medical students interested to avail of the program. Moreover, around 99 million pesos, corresponding to around 385 students, will not be used due to fewer interested applicants. On further inquiry as to the reason of this very low utilization of funds and low turnout of scholars, it was pointed that the implementing rules and regulations of RA 11509 or Doktor Para sa Bayan Act, surprisingly, was the main stumbling block on the full implementation of this commendable program. I noticed therein the last paragraph of Section 6 of the IRR provides that, and I quote, "For partner private higher educational institutions, the CHED will determine the nominal standard fees, and the PHEIs shall provide a counterpart fund to be used for providing the balance of tuition and other school fees for scholars enrolled therein." Now then, that I realized that one of the reasons why only few are interested and availed of the program is because the private partner medical school itself is required to provide a counterpart fund in excess of the amount of subsidy given by CHED. This law does not provide that PHEIs are required to put up a counterpart fund to be used for providing the balance of tuition. It is only in the IRR that such requirement can be seen. We must take note that these PHEIs are private partners. Clearly, the IRR defeats the purpose for which this Doktor Para sa Bayan Act was enacted, and consequently, it deterred these medical schools to enroll scholars for they will incur unnecessary expense and burden on their part. Medical schools, understandably, will be discouraged to enroll deserving students into this program so as not to constrain their business viability, thus resulting to low enrollment of medical scholars in private medical schools. It is also stated by the CHED leadership, the state universities and colleges can only enroll so much due to difficulty in staffing the government medical schools of accredited professors, doctors, and mentors. Hence, we are left with no option, with only option, and that is to strategize how to increase enrollees under the MSRS program in the accredited partner private higher educational institutions. Mr. Speaker, I believe that there is still room for improvement in this implementation of the CHED's program. Obviously, there is a need to amend and remove this restrictive provision of Section 6 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations of Republic Act 11509 Specifically, I quote, PHEI shall provide a counterpart fund to be used for providing the balance of tuition and other school fees for scholars enrolled therein. For us to see the fruition of the goal of this law, and that is to see the influx of medical scholars across the country and the influx of more doctors serving the far-flung areas and the eventual effect of having a healthy nation. To this end, Mr. Speaker, may I call upon the leadership of Commission on Higher Education to take action to amend Section 6 of the IRR of Republic Act 11509 to make Dr. Para sa Bayan Act be more responsive and accessible to medical students studying in private medical schools in accordance with the very law that the CHED is implementing. May I therefore further propose, Mr. Speaker, that there should be a mechanism wherein IRRs emanating from a law be submitted to an oversight committee with the task to study the subsequent IRRs for any incongruencies against the spirit of the law it emanated from, and to harmonize the IRRs to the true intent of the law without any authority to revoke or disapprove the same. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Magandang gabi po ulit sa lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Peter B. Miguel to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Franz L. Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Castro is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sa aking mga kapwa mambabatas, sa taong bayan, magandang araw po. Gusto ko pong ipahayag ang aking mga saloobin ukol sa mga mapanlinlang na pahayag ni Vice Presidente Sara Duterte. Sa isang aktibidad sa Davao, nag-insinuate siya na ang 2 milyon na pagbaba sa enrollment ng ating mga estudyante sa panuruan 2023 to 2024 ay dahil daw sa mga rally at ako ang nagdadala sa mga bata sa mga rally. Sa pagtatangkang iwasiwas ang lehitimong issue ng napakalaking dropout rate at enrollment na pinaputok natin sa kagawaran ng edukasyon, pinapartangan ako in so many words ng Vice Presidente na ako ang dahilan na nawawalang mga bata at dahil ito di umano sa nagdadala ako ng mga bata sa mga rally. Sa halip na maging mapagmalasakit at maghanap ng solusyon sa mga suliraning kinakaharap ng ating sistema ng edukasyon, pinipili pa ng Vice Presidente na magpasa ng sisi, magpakalat ng disinformasyon at kasinungalingan at isantabi ang mga isyong nakapaloob sa kanyang mga mandato. Una, nais kong ipunto na ang mga rally at pagkilos ng mamamayan ay kabahagi ng demokratikong proseso ng isang bansa. Ito ang boses ng mga taong nais magpahayag ng kanilang mga saloobin at labanan ang mga hindi makatarungang pulisiya ng pamahalaan. Ang pagkilos na ito ay isang pagsasabuhay ng ating karapatan sa malayang pamamahayag at pakikibaka para sa tunay na reforma. Hindi ito dapat minamasama, nilalagyan ng hindi magandang kulay at dinidemonize. Pangalawa, hindi ang mga rally ang dapat sisihin sa pagbaba ng bilang ng mga mag-aaral na nag-e-enroll. Ang tunay na dahilan ay ang mga sistematikong problema sa ating edukasyon tulad ng kawalan ng sapat na mga paaralan, kakulangan ng mga guro, kakulangan ng mga aklat at iba pang mga kagamitan, at ang kahirapan ng ating pamilyang Pilipino na nagpapatuloy na makapagpatuloy sa pag-aaral kanilang mga anak. Ang pagsisi sa mga rally ay isang panlilinlang lamang at pagtatanggi sa mga konkretong sitwasyong kinakaharap ng mga guro, estudyante at mga magulang. Ito ay pagpapabaya sa mga napakabigat na suliranin ng ating mga mamamayan. Ikatlo, her statements are utter lies, totally absurd and malicious. Wala akong kasong kidnapping at child trafficking. Sa ganito bang mga paratang napupunta ang 150 million na confidential fund ng DepEd ngayong 2023. Sa ganitong kasinungalingan ba nauuwi ang spy funds na napunta sa kanya? We take note her highly slanderous claim that we and I, myself, have links to the NPA and her admission of unauthorized and imprudent spending of public funds. Alam nila na ginagamit, and I quote, ang sabi pa niya, alam nila na ginagamit namin ang pera para hanapin yung koneksyon nila sa NPA. Matagal nang pinasubalian ng COMELEC ang kasinungalingang ito at hanggang ngayon ay walang ebidensyang tatayo sa korte na ipapakita ang mga red taggers at terrorist labelers sa amin. Sayang lang ang pera ng bayan sa ganitong pagwawaldas. Ipinatayo na lang sana natin ang 150 million confidential fund sa DepEd. Isama na natin ang 500 million na nasa OVP na mga classrooms. Malaking dagdag na sana ang funds na ito sa mga MOOE na mga public schools para tumaas ang kapasidad nila para ma-admit ang lahat ng mga batang gustong pumasok sa public schools. O di kaya, ipandagdag na lang natin sa lump sum para sa promotion and benefits ng mga teachers. Total, National Teachers Day ngayon, National Teachers Month ngayon, at kailangan nating totohanin ang happy sa Happy Teachers Month. Bilang mga aktivista at tagapagtanggol ng karapatan ng mga mag-aaral, mahalaga na hindi tayo magpalinlang sa mga ganitong pahayag. Sa halip, kailangan nating manindigan para sa katwiran at ipaglaban ang karapatan ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino na magkaroon ng dekalidad na libreng edukasyon. Sa panahon ngayon, kailangan nating magkaisa upang harapin ang tunay na suliranin sa ating sistema ng edukasyon. Hindi tayo dapat magpalinlang sa mga pahayag na naglalayon lamang magtangkang takpan ang mga problema na dapat bigyang solusyon. As public officers na may respeto sa demokrasya at mamamayan, ang mga rally at pagkilos ng mamamayan ay hindi dapat ituring na banta, kundi malaking bahagi ng pagbabago at pag-unlad ng ating bansa. At sa huli, Ginoong Speaker, tandaan natin na ang mga pahayag ng mga opisyal ng pamahalaan ay dapat maging totoo at may batayan. Hindi dapat gamitin ang mga ito upang linlangin ang mga mamamayan, magpaligoy-ligoy ng mga usapin at magtakda ng mga mapanlinlang na pananagutan. Ang tunay na solusyon ay nasa pagkilos ng mga mamamayan, pagtulak sa reforma at pagtitiyak na ang boses ng mga mag-aaral ang laging maririnig at pinapansin. Yan lang po, Mr. Speaker. Muli, magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Castro to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Raul Daniel A. Manuel of the Kabataan Party List to avail of the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Honorable Manuel of the Party List Kabataan is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mapagpalayang gabi. Karaniwang expression, lalo sa mga kabataan ngayon, ang sana all. Kahit saan na lang ito naririnig ngayon. Sana all may jowa. Sana all may oras matulog. Sana all may Netflix. Hanggang sa mga damdaming mas dikit sa sikmura. Sana all may trabaho. Sana all nakakapag-aral. Sana all nakakatuntong ng kolehiyo. Di lang ito simpleng pauso. Sa katotohanan, sinasalamin din ito ang realidad ng hindi pagkakapantay-pantay sa ating lipunan. Na merong mga bagay na dapat natatamasa ng lahat para mabuhay ng may dignidad. Dahil nga, bahagi ito ng mga karapatan bilang tao. Pero hindi pa rin abot kamay para sa bawat Pilipino. Alam to ng mga kabataan. Pagdating sa edukasyon, tingin natin, there's no such thing as an undeserving student. Ano man ang katayuan sa buhay. mayaman man o mahirap o middle class. Ang hindi natin deserve ay ang pagtingin ng edukasyon ay pribilehiyo na para lang sa iilan o di kaya'y produkto na dapat ipamigay na lamang doon sa mga may kayang bumili nito. Nakakadismaya na ganito ang paninindigan ni Finance Secretary Jokno, isa sa economic managers ng bansa at bahagi ng pagbalangkas ng budget taon-taon. Nabanggit naman sa SONA na nais nating tugunan ang learning crisis at gusto nating magkaroon ng learning recovery at ibinida pa nga sa SONA ang libreng edukasyon. Kung nais natin ito at ang kabuang pag-unlad ng mga kabataan, non-negotiable po ang pagiging karapatan ng edukasyon. Kaya naman tayo ay naninindigan na ang libreng edukasyon sa kolehiyo ay dapat palawakin pa, imbes na limitahan. We assert that free college education is not a strain on public funds. Ang tunay na sayang na pondo ay ang bilyon-bilyong ginagastos para sa confidential and intelligence funds, madudugong counterinsurgency operations, infrastructure para sa naghaharing mga negosyo, at labis-labis na travel expenses. Hindi totoo na walang fiscal space, na kulang ang pera ng gobyerno. Ang usaping budget ay usapin ng prioridad. At dapat bigyang prioridad ang edukasyon dahil malinaw na hanggang ngayon nabatas na ang RA 10931 o ang Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act ay nananatili pa rin na pribilehiyo ang edukasyon na hindi para sa lahat. Ang laban para sa libre edukasyon ay laban ng kabataan kontra sa agenda ng malalaking negosyo at dayuhang bansa na ihulma ang ating sistema ng edukasyon para magsilbi sa kanilang interes. Para sa tubo at para sa dagdag na mura at supil na lakas paggawa. Naipapatupad ang ganong agenda sa pamamagitan ng mga tinatawag na neoliberal na patakaran ng Estado. Sa isang banda, totoong magandang hakbang na ang pagsabatas ng RA 10931. Pero alam din ng kabataang Pilipino na hindi ito ang lunas sa lahat ng problema sa edukasyon habang nananatili sa esensya na kolonyal o makadayuhan, komersyalisado at represibo ang ating sistema ng edukasyon. Para sa kapwa ko kabataan, malinaw ang hamon sa atin. Hindi pa tapos ang ating laban at lalong hindi dapat nating hayaan na bawiin pa ang nalunan natin na programa sa libreng edukasyon. Ako po mismo, noong nag-aaral ako sa UP Visayas, ay dumaan din ako sa problema ng pagbabayad ng matrikula na napakamahal bago magkaroon ng scholarship. Kahit di na ako nakinabang sa RA 10931, natutuwa ako na maraming estudyante ang nakapag-aral dahil dito. Sa mga kapwa ko mambabatas, magtulungan po tayo. Hindi natin dapat na iwan sa diskarte na lamang ng mga individual ang mga problema na systematic at dapat baguhin. Kung anong naranasan nating paghihirap noong tayo ay nag-aaral, kung anumang unnecessary burden o barrier na nariyan pa para tiyakin ang karapatan ng susunod na henerasyon, alisin na po natin iyan. Kaya, oo, sana all talaga libre ang kolehiyo. Pag sinabi nating sana all, pagsasalarawan ito ng pag-aasam natin ng mabuting bagay para sa ating sarili at sa lahat ng tao. Pag-aasam ito sa isang lipunang may pagkakapantay-pantay. Sa dulo, lalo sa usapin ng edukasyon, wag na lang din sana tayong maiwan sa pag-aasam ng ating hangarin. Ipaglaban po natin ito para hindi na lang sana all, pero dapat all. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Manuel to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to avail of the privilege hour, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 4641. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bills for consideration. Please proceed.
House Bill number 4641, an act declaring the city of General Santos as the tuna capital of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 4641. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarogancia, Asistio, Taida, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Barona, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castor Franz, Castor Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagog, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kadib, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentibella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Gorizeta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lingkaichong, Loyola, Luiser, Lumayag. Makapag-Alaroya, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawa, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Moma, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo, Roque Sakdalan, Sagabaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Todoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazan, Vercara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 4641. Adyong Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Aquino Asisio Barzaga Bautista, Bautista Lim Benitez Villones Biron Bondok Chan, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Quaresma Dayang Hirang de Jesus Duavid Duterte D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Espares Yudela Fentabella, Gonzaga Gorizeta Gintu Hagedorn Hernandez Herrera, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Lacson Libanan Magsino Marino Matugas, Nava, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco Padiernos Pimentel Puno, Roman Romero Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Sally Singson Mian, Suwan Sonsing Horacio, Tansamir Tantambut Tanchay Tiangco, Tolentino T. Velasco Versosa, Villarasa Suarez, Yulo.
With 248 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 4641 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 6933, copies of which have been distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to do so. Please proceed.
House Bill Number 6933, an act declaring the province of Pampanga as the Christmas capital of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 6933. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Villones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Gali, Dimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yodela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentabella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Punghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Ligar, Dalibanan, Libgachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Premisa, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Totor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 6933. Adyong, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino Magsaysay, Asistio, Barzaga, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Billones, Biron, Chan, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Quaresma, Dayang Hirang, De Jesus, Duavit, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Espares, Yudela, Puentebella, Gonzaga, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagedorn, Hernandez, Herrera, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Libanan, Magsino, Marinho, Matugas, Nava, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Padiernos, Pimentel, Puno, Roman, Romero, Sali, Singson Mihan, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Chait, Tiangco, Tolentino, T. Velasco, Verzosa, Villaraza Suarez, Yulo.
With 250 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 6933 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9015, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to do so. Please proceed.
House Bill 90115, an act institutionalizing the expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration for third reading of House Bill 9015. House Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Alizaldi, Ko Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Colyada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Gallos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Wico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Alga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Felipe, Afidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Yuloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samier, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tabut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Biolago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill 9015, Adyong, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Asisio, Barzaga, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Billones, Biron, Chan, Ko Angelica Natasha, Kuwangko Jaime, Quaresma, Dayang Hirang, De Jesus, Duavit, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Espares, Yudela, Pontebella, Gonzaga, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagidorn, Hernandez, Herrera, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Libanan, Magsino, Mariño, Matugas, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Padiernos, Pimentel, Puno, Roman, Romero, Sali, Singson Mihan, Suwan, Wansing Horacio, Sansamir, Tan Sambut, Tanchay, Chanco, Tolentino, P. Velasco, Versosa, Villarasa Suarez, Yulo.
With 251 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9015 is approved on third and final reading. Before we continue, the Chair would like to manifest that he was informed by the Secretariat of a correction the result of the nominal voting on House Bill number 4641, that the body earlier approved on third reading. The correct result is as follows. Affirmative votes, 249 instead of 248, and negative votes and abstentions both remain at 0. In view thereof, let the records reflect the said result. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9045, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and call for nominal voting. Please proceed.
House Bill number 9045, an act providing the Muslim Filipinos better access to Sharia courts, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9045. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bonok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Busas, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Ko, Juanco, Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Artiro, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garinga Sataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neplay, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lezatin, Liligarda, Libanan, Limpechong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Marquez, Martinez, Bastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Marden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ong Chuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Premisa, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Siada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9045. Adyong, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Asistio, Barzaga, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Billones, Beron, Chan, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Quaresma, Dayang Hirang, De Jesus, Duavit, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Espares, Yudela, Fuentebella, Gonzaga, Goriseta, Ginto, Hagedorn, Hernandez, Herrera, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Libanan, Magsino, Marinho, Matugas, Nava, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Padiernos, Pimentel, Puno, Roman, Romero, Sali, Singson Mihan, Suwan Sing Horacio, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Tiangco, Tolentino, T. Velasco, Villaraza Suarez, Yulo.
With 251 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 9045 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill Numbers 5659, 5911, 9047, 9048, 9049, all local bills pertaining to the establishment of land transportation offices, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to do so, as requested by the Majority Leader. Please proceed.
House Bill Number 5659, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of San Miguel in the 2nd District of the Province of Iloilo and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 5911, an act converting the Sindangan Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office located in the Municipality of Sindangan, Province of Zamboanga del Norte into a regular district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9047, an act converting the Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Catanawan, Province of Quezon into a district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9048, an act upgrading the district office of the Land Transportation Office in the City of Digos, Province of Davao del Sur, from Class D to Class C and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9049, an act converting the district office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Rosales, Province of Pangasinan into a Class A district office and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of on third reading of House Bill Numbers 5659, 5911, 9047, 9048, and 9049. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansya, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Malindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Borilla, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Shongalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada Colantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosia, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Mapora, Muhammad Khalid, Di Maporo City Amina, Jonicio Domingo Duave Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Casataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Taman Hernandez Herrera Horibata Javier, Co Olga Ara, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Congun Labadabad, Lacson, Lacson Noel Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara Lazatin Lee, Ligarda Libanan, Lingkaichong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pardiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancha, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Armonjolo, Reyes, Rila, Rivero, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Solog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamaya, Tamuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Virasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 5659, 5911, 9047, 9048, and 9049. Adyong Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Namatong Aquino, Asisio Barzaga Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Billones, Biron, Chan, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Juanco Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Quaresma, Dayang Hirang De Jesus, Duave Duterte, D. Ayan Paul, Ecleo Espares, Yudela Fuentebella, Gonzaga, Guriseta, Ginto, Hagidor, Hernandez, Herrera, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Libanan, Magsino, Marina, Matugas, Nava, Nograles Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Padiernos, Pimentel, Puno, Roman, Romero, Sali, Singson, Mihan, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Shay, Tiangco, Tolentino, T. Velasco, Villarsa Suarez, Yulo.
With 251 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 5659, 5911, 9047, 9048, and 9049 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bills number 9016, 9018, 9019, and 9037 under the cluster of higher and technical education. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bill and to call for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9016, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Gumaca, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9018, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Labason, province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9019, an act modernizing and converting the Cabugao School of Handicraft and Cottage Industries in the municipality of Bato, province of Catanduanes, into a polytechnic institute to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9037, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Don Carlos, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 9016, 9018, 9019, and 9037. Honorable Representatives, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Chorona, Sidi, Acop, Adion, Advincula, Algarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansya, Sisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bodilla, Bondok, Mungalon, Bordado, Borsitas, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulut Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizaldi, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanque, Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Ko, Juanco, Mark, Colado, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Kuwa Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City, Amina, Junicio Domingo, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella, Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentibella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go, Ed Christopher, Go, Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagaton, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko, Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin Lee, Legarda Libanan, Kaichong, Loyola, Luister, Lumayang, Makapag-Alaroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marina Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Aminal, Olazo, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padierno, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes Rillo, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yotor, T. Umali, Unabia Unga, Valeriano Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9016, 9018, 9019, and 9037. Adyong Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Aquino, Asistio, Barzaga, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez Billones, Biron, Chan, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Quaresma, Dayang Hirang, De Jesus, Duavit, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Espares, Yudela Fentebella, Gonzaga, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagedorn Hernandez Herrera, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Libanan, Magsino, Marino, Matugas, Nava, Nograles Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Padiernos, Pimentel Puno, Roman Romero, Sali, Singson Mihan, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tiangco, Tolentino, T. Velasco, Villarasa Suarez, Yulo.
With 251 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9016, 9018, 9019, and 9037 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 8608, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to do so as requested by the Majority Leader. Please proceed.
House Bill 8608, an act declaring the Verde Islands Passage located in the provinces of Batangas, Marinduque, Occidental Mindoro, Oriental Mindoro, and Romblon, an ecotourism zone. Roll call of members in consideration for third reading of House Bill 8608. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Harbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Alizaldi, Ko Pilar, Coangco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Amano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Gallos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Wico, Into, Gullas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Onghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagbon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin, Lee Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel Maranon,
Mr.
Marcoleta,
Speaker.
Marcos, Mariano Hernandez.
The Honorable Manuel is recognized. What is the pleasure of the
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my
Honorable
vote
Manuel
for
from the Party
the
List
bill.
Bataan? Yes.
Yes. My vote for the bill is yes with reservations, and I would like to explain those reservations later. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matstura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Mordem, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwazon Dizon, Yernos, Paduano, Baglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakularan, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Maika, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupa, Sutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill 8608, Adyong, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Asisto, Barzaga, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Billones, Biron, Chan, Ko Angelica Natasha, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Quaresma, Dayanghirang, De Jesus, Duavit, Duterte, B. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Espares, Udela, Pentebella, Gonzaga, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagidorn, Hernandez, Herrera, Ko Alga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Libanan, Magsino, Marino, Matugas, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Padiernos, Pimentel, Puno, Roman, Romero, Sali, Singson Mihan, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Tan Samier, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Chanco, Tolentino, T, Velasco, Villarasa, Suarez, Yulo.
With 251 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8608 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Manuel is recognized to explain his vote for House Bill number 8608.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Esteemed colleagues, this youth representation votes yes with reservation on House Bill 8608, also known as the Verde Island Passage Ecotourism Act. This decision is rooted in careful consideration of two key concerns. First, there is a significant level of uncertainty regarding the potential impact of this bill on the local fisherfolk community. We acknowledge the vital role that fishing plays in the economy in the area and the livelihood of the locals. As long as it is not clear how ecotourism will affect the fishing community, there should be reservations as to the adequacy of safeguards in the bill. Second, the inclusion of the Philippine National Police within the Ecotourism Council elicits concerns. This is because, far from being a protector of the environment, the PNP has been playing a big role in state attacks and harassment against environmentalists and eco-warriors. Their presence in the council is a detriment to genuine conservation efforts. In making this decision, we aim to strike a balance among several things: ecotourism, safeguarding our fishing resources, protecting our coastal communities, and defending our environmental advocates. That said, again, we vote yes with the reservation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8970, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and to call for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8970, an act increasing the bed capacity of Congressman Simeon G. Toribio Memorial Hospital in the Municipality of Carmen, Province of Bohol, from 40 to 75 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8970. Honorable Representatives, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charona, Sidra, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbizon, Arena, Sarogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Balilla, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bultbegtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shongalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Cali, Dimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duave, Doali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano and Verga Escudero Espares Espina Estrella Udela Farines Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnelia Fentibella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Gurizeta Gico, Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Nikaichong, Loyola, Luister, Lumayag, Makapagalaroya, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisay, Noel, Nograles 1, Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Aminal, Lolaso, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Udizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eloyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, T. Umalio, Nabia Unga, Valeriano Valmeror, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
Second call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 8970. Adyong, Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aquino, Asisio, Barzaga, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Billones, Biron, Chan, Co Angelica Natasha, Coangco Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Quaresma, Dayanghirang, De Jesus, Duabit, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Espares, Udela, Puentebella, Gonzaga, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagedorn, Hernandez, Herrera, Co Olga Ara, Co Ricardo, Lacson, Libanan, Magsino, Marino, Matugas, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Padiernos, Pimentel, Puno, Roman, Romero, Sali, Singson Mian, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Chanco, Tolentino, T. Velasco, Villarasa Suarez, Yulo.
With 251 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8970 is hereby approved in third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we immediately transmit to the Senate the bills that we just approved on third reading.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other business left for the day, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, September 19 at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Session is adjourned till September 19, 9 a.m. in the morning.
Tayo.